things it should do. Let me just check that, because what I have to do, I have a smartwatch, of course, because I'm a geek, and I just need to make sure that everything is completely silent and not pinging away. Okay, so let's talk about what sessions we've got, and then I've got some exciting additional news which I got this morning, and it was so cool. I have to talk about it, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. Let me just get my little schedule up, or schedule if you want to be American. You know, I'm bringing the British to America. You know how it works. Let me have a look. Right, so today, starting at 1:30, we have got a session from Conrad Vermeulen, and it is about his Sempere template engine. I did check with him how it was pronounced, because I said it was Sempare, which is very posh, but he says no, it's Sempere. So okay, I've been corrected on that. I've read it a few times, but I don't think I've actually heard the words said out loud. So you know how it is. It's one of these words that, you know, could go either way, if you're silly like me. After Conrad's session, which is an hour and a half with Q&A, I think, we are going to be having Gustavo Barreto, who is doing a really great session on mastering RTTI, from basics to advanced techniques. So RTTI, for the beginners amongst you, is runtime type information. It allows you to write code that's kind of generic and deals with things that are slightly more abstract, and it's usually a more advanced technique. You don't tend to see beginner developers using it, and even regular developers, excuse me, don't always use RTTI. But once you get the hang of it, it can be very useful. It can allow you to manipulate all the controls on a screen, for example, in a very generic way. It can also get you a lot of help with things like using generics and stuff like that. If you're not sure what generics are, then you need to read some of the books that we've got and watch some of our videos coming up. And after that, so it's currently 10 a.m. my time, and all of these time, and I live in the US Central Zone, so most of our times are publicized because our offices are technically in Austin, in Texas, although we're a diverse organization all around the world. So in 2 hours time, that will be the Mastering RTTI. And then in 3 hours time, we will be having a session from the ever excellent Patrick Prematin. I haven't looked in the chat yet, but I guarantee Patrick will be there answering questions. Conrad and I both know Patrick. We met him in Amsterdam, but Patrick is our Spirit of Delphi Award winner. And his session, Patrick's, at 1 p.m. US Central Time, is using SVG images in Delphi, which has been made considerably easier with 12.1, which came out. So not a huge number of sessions, but actually a massive quantity of info today. You really do need to stick around, because in 27 minutes, Conrad's session is really interesting. The Sempere template engine, great tool. I saw a bit of a presentation in Amsterdam, and I've looked at it before, and you really want to see what it does. It's worthwhile hanging around for. Now, let me just go to the chat, because I see my little dot says lots of people are there already. Who have we got? Knut Jonsson, or Jonsen, depending on how you pronounce it. And he says, greetings from Norway and from the Olympic city of Lillehammer. Oh, you know, Lillehammer, the minute you say the word Lillehammer, I immediately remember all those toboggan runs, you know, where a bunch of crazy people get in these lumps of metal, throw themselves down the side of a snow-covered track and hurtle down like crazy people, you know, defying gravity and really defying, you know, the laws of nature, trying to kill them. So Lillehammer, lots of great things. And if any of you have never seen it, there's a great movie as well called Cool Runnings, where the Jamaican bobsleigh team took part in a bobsleigh. Now, I don't know if you're not familiar with Jamaica, it doesn't have a lot of snow in it. And so their bobsleigh was basically a go-kart that they practiced in. It's based on a true story. It is a comedy, But Cool Runnings, I recommend it, because if you're an Olympics fan and you like the bobsleigh, it's a hilarious, and it's also a kind of poignant story of a bunch of people who really defied the odds to take part and really rise above the domestic challenges they had in Jamaica because of poverty and things like that went on at their time, but also how to get good at bobsleighing when there is no snow. Well done. I really admire that. Who else? Patrick is checking in, and of course Patrick's here. Patrick says, hi Ian, hi Martha. Salut Patrick, ça va? And he says, all is working great. Yes, it is. It's all going well. And Meltdown Sharkhaven, who still has, so far this year, the best username handle that we've had, Meltdown Sharkhaven. I'm not going to ask. I don't think I want to know why, but it's a great name. It's like it's a Meltdown Sharkhaven. Hi, my name is Meltdown Sharkhaven. I'm sure it's a pseudonym, but you never know. Almost as crazy as his name, Conrad. See, I made you look. He's behind the scenes, and he's like, wait, did he say my name? Who else have we got? Portugal. Bom dia to Portugal. Going to Portugal in October, actually, to Porto for a conference there. To Carlos. Hello, Carlos. And checking in from the Netherlands. Beautiful country. Really fantastic. And my wife loved it. We went to Netherlands to the Delphi Summit there, and she really wants to go back. So it's not cheap to get there from here. Who else? Troy. Hello, Troy from Iowa. Troy, I'll tell you something, little tip here. I'm not sure what part of Iowa you're from. If you want to put it in the chat, vague, don't give your address. But when I first came to the United States in 2009, my wife comes from Omaha in Nebraska. And so for the first 5 years of living in the United States, I lived in Omaha. And Omaha is right on the border, for those that don't know it, between Nebraska and Iowa. So I know parts of Iowa pretty well, and very fond of it. I actually became a US citizen in Nebraska as well. So I kind of consider Nebraska and the Midlands of the United States to be my kind of US hometown, my US birthplace, so to speak, when I became a citizen. I'm very proud to be a US citizen, proud to be British as well. And generally, when I refer to myself as a British American, because I do feel that I belong to both areas, although nowadays I'm quite a lot more American than I am British. But yeah, there you go. And Meltdown Sharkhaven says, hello, Ian. And then just says, the explanation is, my username is a reference to my favorite shark from Hungry Shark World, Meltdown Shark. Well, there you go. I'm glad it wasn't something completely weird. That would have been slightly weird. Who else we got? Puerto Rico. Hi, Frank. I hope you're safe. Some horrible stuff going on in Puerto Rico at the moment with the weather. Texas gets its fair share of tornadoes. I've had a few near misses with tornadoes, and had at least one car wrecked by a tornado when I lived in Nebraska. So I know, this goes out to 11 different channels, and 20 plus countries take part. Some of them it's nighttime, some of it's daytime. Conrad's in the UK, so it's 10 past 4 in the afternoon for him, so he's not too bad. But other people, I know it's early in the morning or late at night, wee hours in the morning. And I know your weather varies from, like mine, it's super hot. It's going to be 40 degrees centigrade, 100 and something Fahrenheit today for me. But I'm lucky I have air conditioning, but not everybody has that. And wherever you are in the world, if you're affected by war, conflict, and all the other things that are going on, I hope you keep safe. And, Embarcadero, we stay out of politics because it's not possible for us to take any sides anywhere. But wherever you are in the world, I hope you're safe from all the horrible things that go on. The world is a brilliant, beautiful, fantastic place, but also there's lots of horrible things happen, and the weather is part of that. It's bad enough that humans do all the rubbish, but the Mother Nature then jumps on top of it and makes it even worse. So there you go. What do we got? Mustafa says hello from Amsterdam. I will get to my little news in a minute. I told you we'd start early so that people joined when they did. But we want to kick off Conrad at the advertised time. Oh, yes. Hello, Doug, again from Victoria, British Columbia in Canada. I won't make any Canadian jokes like all that kind of stuff. But thank you for joining, fellow North American, so to speak, which is confusing to people that don't think of Canada as being part of North America, but the Americas, I suppose, is part of it. But very much an individual set of states up there as well. Andreas says ciao, and Paul from South Carolina, and Otavio is from Brazil. Hello, Brazil. And Giovanna says amen. I think that means amen. And Lokesh Govindu from India. See, I told you, every single part of the world. And also Yatin is from India as well. Big continent, lots of different states there as well. I used to share a house with 5-seat guys, 4-seat guys actually. And so, the British and Indian cultures have always been intertwined for very many years for lots of bad and good reasons. But being British, it's a very familiar area for everyone. Troy from Iowa City. Oh, okay. And also, Esco says you're half British, half English, and half US. I don't know whether math has changed when I did it at school, but I still think there are only 2 halves to anything. 3 halves, that makes me 150% human. I'll take it. Ali is in Turkey. And Troy says, I'm a Cornhusker. Yes, go Big Red. If you're from Nebraska, you'll understand what I mean. If you're not, then you'll have no idea what I'm talking about. But go Big Red is the thing there. It's almost a religion, really. It's that crazy. Jeff Smith, it's 1:09 a.m. Wow. Thank you, Jeff. I'm guessing you're probably in Australia or something like that. Greetings from Sweden. And Per is there now permanently. Yes, I remember you moved around, didn't you? You mentioned this before. And you're now permanently in Sweden. Well done. And just about finished with the different countries. El Salvador. Isn't it incredible? We have people from everywhere. Hello, Oscar. And Uruguay as well. Wow, it's quite incredible. And Daniel is from Santander, Florida Blanca, Santander, Colombia. Fantastic. Really incredible. And I won't call out the other comments. Right, so I've filled quite a lot of time there. I did well, didn't I? Now, what I want to talk to you about is something kind of cool. So I had an email today from someone, and I'm going to, the reason I'm looking over there, by the way, is I have a screen over there, is I'm going to share my screen. I have to make sure I'm sharing the right one, otherwise everything goes completely crazy. And it's this one, share. And I'm going to keep myself down here, wherever, there. Yeah, I'm going to keep myself in the corner because I want to explain a couple of things and also so people know that what we're doing. Now, if you haven't already got it, where have we been? Because we've been on for, this is day 4. And if you haven't already got it, you can get Rad Studio for free as long as you qualify. There are some rules about the community edition. You can't earn too much money. And, because let's face it, if you're earning a reasonable income out of Rad Studio, with respect, we have people that we have to pay. And yes, I don't do this for free. I do get paid as well, but it's not about selling you stuff. That's not why we're doing these dev days. But if you are earning a reasonable income, then it's only reasonable that you actually pay as well. And I know people want it cheaper, people want it in subscriptions, things like that. We're always considering different options. But if you qualify, if you go to that QR code that you see on the screen there in the top left, in fact, I can do something cool. I can make it look like I'm pointing to it. Look. If you scan that QR code, you can go and get the community edition for free, as long as you qualify. It will tell you what the rules are. Hobbyists startups and all the rest of it, you will probably qualify. So go there and scan it. And if you're not sure, if you can't scan the QR code, go to embarcadero.com. And as you see in the top of the screen there, and then click on free tools, and then I think actually you can click on products. Let me do that, because I can do this. Let's see, hold on. Yeah, so click on free tools and then the 12 CE edition, and you'll get to that page, and you'll get you can qualify for a free version. We've only just updated it ahead of schedule, because normally we do it once a year, but ahead of schedule, we've updated to the Delphi 12 Community Edition. That means that the Community Edition is effectively the same as RAD Studio 12.1 Professional Edition. There are some limitations. There isn't the command line compiler, because really, if you use the command line compiler, you're doing things like continuous integration, continuous development, so CI/CD, but it will work. It's not crippled. It's just restricted from doing things that are probably more appropriate for a paid version. You can always upgrade to the professional version. Relatively speaking, if you're using it to make a living, then it's actually not that much to buy the professional edition. The enterprise edition is a little bit more painful financially, but it's worth it. If you average it out across the 2 or 3 years that you would be using that version, it's like a taxi driver buying a car. If you make your living from a car, then you buy a car. You don't just borrow one or have a free one that you found on the scrap heap. So anyway, enough of that. But if you go to the community edition, what you can do is actually do this. This was an email I got this morning from a developer who used the community edition to actually produce this app and get it on Google Play. And it is called Midzi. And it's only just released, so it's only got a few. It's like 50 downloads last time I checked, but it will get to several thousand quite quickly. And he released it this morning, and it's a word game. And the way it works is, how can I explain this without sounding crazy? It's a bit like Hangman, or what's that game on TV? Is it Countdown? Yes, I think it's Countdown, where they have gaps and you get letters and you fill them in. But except you have to guess the words, and when you guess the word correctly, then you win and you get a score. So it's very interesting, and they have a little video about it, which I'll show in a minute. But if you go to the get it on Google Play, this is Google Play. And it's the real thing, it's in the Google Play Store, okay? And you can literally, if this was an Android phone or something like that, you can install it. He's only at the moment supporting Android, but I think he's got plans to support iOS as well. He's doing this on a budget. He has absolutely zero budget for it, and so the reasoning behind the Android is that they pay once for that license to be able to go onto the Google Play Store, whereas iOS, it's actually a bigger mountain in terms of investment in equipment, and then paying Apple quite a lot of money to get to. But the point where you can actually install an app in the iOS App Store. But I believe he is actually going to target iOS as well. But Android is a lower barrier to entry. And there it is. There's your listing. Now, this is written completely with RAD Studio 12 Community Edition. And I had a conversation with him about this because I knew, he'd said, oh, I want to do it and I want to get it out in the latest version of Android and all the rest of it. The 12.1 Community Edition, or 12 Community Edition, allows you to actually target the App Store. There's proof, there's an app. There are others as well. I could pull up, several, but this particular one is very interesting. So, sorry, I saw a weird chat message saying about Midlands accents. I don't have a Midlands accent. I have a what they call a neutral British accent, because I am actually I was born in London, and I lived in the Midlands, and I lived in the home counties, and I've lived in the US for 14 years. So my accent is really bizarre. And anyway, so yes, it's in the Play Store, and it's just out today, and it's called Busy. Let's just see if that video will play. I don't know if this video will come across on the stream, because normally we would have to load it, but let's give it a go and see if it will work. Hopefully you can hear the music as well. Naggle. That's a word, isn't it? Never heard of that word. I did check this video beforehand in case there were any rude words in there aren't. Just in case, you never know. Okay, well, I'm not going to go through the whole video because it's like a 4-minute video or something like that. But great news to see that actually in the Play Store. I thought you'd all find it quite interesting to see. And good luck to the developer. The developer is, I should find his name, shouldn't I? Let me find it. Martin. Yes, it's Martin Binder. And, he reached out to us and said what he was going to do. And he then, I think, can't remember whether he was testing it or something like that, but he got that community edition, and he was out in the store as soon as he could. We only released the community edition last week, and he was ready to go. It's all written with Rad Studio 12 and FireMonkey, and he's done a good job. So, well done, Martin. I love to see this. I've got lots of other apps as well in the pipeline. I met a couple of people in Amsterdam who did some really incredible apps with Rad Studio. There was one guy, and Conrad would probably remember this as well. He had an app on his phone, and he lives in a building, a multi-store floor building, and he had Raspberry Pis on each floor, which then controlled all sorts of aspects of the building. And I said to him, what sort of things? Like lights and I don't know, air conditioning, heating, all the rest of it. And it was 3D. It was a 3D FireMonkey app. So when you turned on a light, it had like a 3D representation of the room in the app, and the light would cast light over the area where it was turned on. And very, very clever app. And I am going to feature that in a later set of webinars, because we're going to do some showcases for people's videos. Conrad is on in 5 minutes-ish, his video, but I'm also going to talk with him a lot more another time about Semper templates, because they've got some very useful features, and there are a few different engines out there, but each one of them has some unique properties, and his video goes into that in depth. But I just wanted you to see that anyway, that there is someone who's now obviously, by the way, his app does have in-app purchases. If you reach a certain point using Community Edition of income, then we do ask that you then upgrade to a paid version. But it's perfectly okay for Martin to use the Community Edition to launch that app. In fact, that's exactly the whole point of why the Community Edition exists. And just to prove that you can get into the App Store with Rad Studio, it fell on my desk this morning in an email. So, and there are lots and lots of them like that. I'm actually going to do a webinar, I think probably in October at this point, because of things that are going on, but where we are going to showcase lots of big applications. For example, if you go to Amsterdam Airport, Schiphol Airport, a big international airport, you hear these overhead announcements, where it says something like, do not leave any bags unattended, or those kind of overhead announcements to get at airports, or passengers should ensure that they have bagged all their liquids or something like that kind of thing. All of those announcements throughout the whole of Amsterdam Schiphol Airport, which is a really big airport, by the way, I know, because I had to walk from one end to the other. They're all controlled by Delphi apps. And there is a new wing being opened in Amsterdam there in the Schiphol Airport, and it's huge, and a completely separate project, totally different to the one that does all the voiceovers, is going to be doing all the building controls and all the rest of it for that entire project. I think it's called New Pier or something like that. And there's lots out there. I also did a talk in Amsterdam where I made the point, people say, oh, well, where's Delphi used? The flight recorders, the black boxes, when there's a horrible plane crash, and God forbid that doesn't happen, ever again, but I'm sure it will. When there's a plane crash, you often see debris everywhere, and there's absolutely nothing left, just bits of airplane like that big, except for a big black box. They call it the black box, but it's actually red, and usually it's crushed to bits. But they take it to a lab, they remove the innards out of it, and they then retrieve the voice recordings and all of the flight information, so they can tell the plane, had some kind of engine failure and dove into the sea or whatever. And unfortunately, can often hear, the final moments of the air crew and all the rest of it. That black box uses in the background Interbase, which is an Embarcadero product, and Delphi as well. Not all of them. There's lots of different models, but they use it because what's the one thing that needs to actually be reliable and survive the crash is the black box flight recorder. It's indestructible. I mean, it is possible for them to be wiped out, but it's very unusual. They're normally made in a way that they do not disintegrate. That is using Interbase in some versions of them, because Interbase is that robust. So, and I know power stations that use Delphi. I know, some big airlines. I'm not even sure if I can say the name of them, but because it might be confidentiality. But some very, very big airlines use it. So, where is Delphi used? It's all over the place. The problem is it's so good at, you write an app and it doesn't keep going wrong and crashing. Oh, you patched Windows, now everything's broken. No, not with the Delphi app. That doesn't happen with RAD Studio. It doesn't happen with Delphi applications at all. They're robust. They keep going. You can upgrade Windows from Windows 7 all the way up to the latest version of Windows 11 on the same machine. And each point at which you upgrade, your apps will still keep working. So definitely worth looking at. Lots of comments in the comments, which I will come back to. But we are going to actually try and start on time with Conrad's video, and then once that's played, we're going to have a little chat as well live in the studio. And Conrad is behind the scenes at the moment, so I know he's around, and I will go around and say hello to everybody from various countries, Mexico again, hola Mexico, and France and all the rest of it. So you're everywhere. We have 2 minutes left. Nigel says hello to Patrick. Sorry, that was announced. Salut in France. I hope you're doing well. And see, now people in the comments are saying hi to each other because they saw each other in the other streams. I'm creating a little gang here. Now, what can we do? We should all rally together and do something wonderful. Let's storm somewhere and get free cakes or something. Yes, that would be wonderful. Or maybe we shouldn't do that. We said Mexico, whatever else. Déjà passé. Patrick's answering questions about, yes, what was that? So at Nigel Armstrong. Oh, okay. So Nigel was asking about, do you need to use FireMonkey for the App Store? Yes, you do. That is absolutely 100% the case. FireMonkey is the cross-platform version of things. Right, so I've managed to quite nicely fill the time to almost the second. Session title is on the lower third. Okay, excellent. So What we're going to do is go to the next video, and this is from a good friend of mine, MVP, Conrad Vermeulen, who was made an MVP earlier this year, live in Amsterdam, so to speak, and very well deserved. And it's about his Semper template engine, and we're going to start the video now. Speak to you later.
This is an introduction to the Semper template engine. This is an open source project which is available on GitHub via the link provided. My name is Conrad Vermeulen. I'm a technical director, architect, and developer, and the author of the Semper template engine. So I'll be giving you the talk today. The agenda for today is to look at what a template engine is. We'll also be looking at what other template engines are available in other languages as well as in Delphi. Then we'll look at some of the features of the Semper template engine, dive into some of them via demos. I'll then give a quick description as to how it all works. Lastly, I'll just cover the Semper template engine license and conclude. So what is a template engine? It is a software component used in development to dynamically generate text. By providing a separation of concerns between presentation layer, business logic, and data, the templates provide the presentation layer, and our business logic is responsible for fetching the data, and the template engine itself then merges the data with the various placeholders that exist within the template. And that's really all there is to it. So as you can see, other languages also have template engines, so this is not a new concept. So in JavaScript there's like EJS, handlebars, Python is popular, Ginger 2, PHP, there's Smarty, Ruby has ERB, C#, Razor, Spark, Java is JSP, Timeleaf, Velocity, etc. Golang has built-in HTML templates, text templates, and so on. When it comes to Delphi, so I'm obviously going to be talking about the Semper template engine, which is something that I built because Delphi, at the time when I wrote this, didn't have a very extensive and complete templating system. So that was the objective when I started writing it. But, there are others. So dMoustache, which is a Delphi version of the Moustache project, which is a logicless templating system. Doesn't have many features, but it is very compact. There's Razor, which is a prototype was built by Marco Canto a few years ago, which is based off Razor from Microsoft. And then I'm also aware of something that was based off a PHP Smarty clone and a Ruby liquid templating engine. So let's cover some of the features of the Semper template engine. So when I first started building the template engine, what I wanted to have was Pascal-like syntax, so it would be easy for any Pascal developer to understand how the template engine works, or how some of the constructs within the template grammar actually work. So we have support for normal logic statements like if, else, for, while, etc. There is a support for layouts using the extends and block statements. So you can have a master layout. So like as in with a web page, you might have a header and a footer and then a body in the middle. And then a block statement is a way in which you can then target those various sections that you're interested in. We have support for calling functions and methods on objects. Using RTTI, we're able to extract data from almost any data type, and also if there are more complex data structures that we need to provide easier access to, there are ways in which we can customize data access. Now, the other key feature is safety. So there's runtime protection, which means that if you've got a loop that loops over a number of elements or over a count of some sort, you can make sure that it terminates and doesn't run indefinitely. That's especially useful for websites. There's also automatic HTML encoding. Now we know one of the things that often happens is people are trying to attack websites, and they do all kinds of injections with JavaScript and so. When we have HTML enabled by the template engine, it will automatically escape HTML tags. So things like JavaScript will not actually be executed unless you actually explicitly wanted to. There's customization in many different ways, such as the actual script tags, such as the less than percent greater than. Those can be customized with curly braces if you like. That is to give you flexibility in terms of, let's say you're working in JavaScript or on HTML. There might be something in the JavaScript and HTML world that might require different tags to be used in the page, so we can actually make sure that there's no conflicts. As I alluded to above, we can add custom functions. So that's a really great extension mechanism in terms of either formatting data more optimally, or if you need to actually perform custom logic on some data when you need it to be presented. Online we also have an excellent reference to the documentation, so I will provide a quick browse through some of that now. And there are many other features which I will show you shortly. I'd like to give you a quick overview of the web page on GitHub. So here you can see the URL at the top here. Here's a little section where you can start the project, so please do just press the button, and that will increase the count. That gives me a good indication of who's actually interested in using the project. If we scroll down, we'll be able to see that there's a README, which is a markdown format. So you can click on any of these links and it'll take you to more detailed information. So it will cover things such as how to get installed using various backend managers. Here we actually have the template language, so this is quite useful. When it comes to optimizing your utilization of multiple templates, you might want to use the built-in template registry. And then there's also tricks for customizing. So if we just have a quick look at statements, we'll see different flow control statements that are available. There are all kinds of other features for how to manage templates and other keywords for doing other kinds of processing. You can customize functions, as I mentioned. So this is where you can add your own functions to do specific types of operations. And there are also all kinds of configuration options which are related to like text encoding, HTML encoding, setting the runtime, the max runtime, how you're changing the start and end script tokens. And yeah, I won't go into all of these until we look at some of the demos. Looking at the RAD Studio IDE, I just want to give you a quick overview as to how you can easily install the template engine. The easiest being to go to the Get It package manager. So you just click on Get It, and at the top you can just say Sempere, and just make sure you've got the appropriate filtering on. So I've just got filter all, filter by name, and categories all. And then here you can actually just select that and press install. This is a little bit of, this isn't the latest version. A new version will be out soon. Now that we've downloaded the Sempere template engine, I've opened the group project. Now inside that we have a number of other projects. So we've got the main package file, we've got the unit tests, there's a web broker, standalone example, there's a tool for generating RC files based off resources in a directory structure, and we've got the playground app. So I'm going to quickly just start the playground app and illustrate some of the language features of the template engine. So the playground app consists of 4 parts. In the top left, we've got a little placeholder for variables, so key value pairs. So this is just string values, whereas if we were working in a normal app, we'd be able to reference classes and records and pretty much anything. Over here, we've got some specific options for the template engine itself. These things are, or these options are normally stored in what is known as a context. So if you need to provide specific configuration or to the template engine, you create a new context, and then you set the various settings, and you pass that into the template engine as well. The bottom left-hand side, we have a little place where we can enter text. So this is a template. So this is where we'll be playing now. We've got another tab where we can actually see the parsed version of the template. And on the right-hand side, we can see raw text as well as a web browser. So let me just clear this quickly and start with the clean version. So I'm going to say over here, name, and I'm going to just say dev days. I'm just going to make this a little bit smaller. So let me just stay over here. I'm going to say year 2024. Let's make another random variable and we call it count. And let's say that's 10. Okay, so let's say welcome to percentage name percentage, and we can say year. And let's just do a /b and b. We'll pretend this is HTML, and let's say evaluate. So there, welcome to Dev Days 2024. So this is a very nice simple template where it's literally just doing substitution of these variables. Now, as I mentioned, you might be working with HTML where maybe you don't want to actually use these tokens and you want to actually use something else. So you can actually change that behavior. So let's say we want to use the curly braces rather. So all we do here now is we change the tokens for the script tags. So if we were to say that now, well done, there we go, that works. Now let's explore some of the flow control statements. So I can say something like if year equals 2024. Now what's going to take place is, this isn't really going to work. Okay, so this is 2024, there we go. So it is important to actually make sure that for this comparison that this thing was actually a integer value. And that's mainly because over here I'm actually passing a string through. And otherwise we can say else this is not, this is whatever here. Control to say not 2024. So if I was to go and change it up here, 2023. So there it says it's not 2024. Further, what else we can do is we can have for loops. Now that might look like there's lots of new lines, so we can just say ignore NL. So there we've got a nice condensed line over there, and very similar as to what I showed you before. Is if we wanted to have conditional statements, if let's say I bigger than 1. So there we go. So we can have commas and stuff in between. So we've got a while construct. You can also use continues and breaks within these within this. So let's say if I bigger than 5. Yeah. So it's gone through. It's done the loop, and we've hit the terminating condition over there. Let me also show how we can deal with things like HTML escaping. I think this is actually a really good. So let's say some user input message, and we'll just say message. Now, if someone was to go and start saying something like script, alert. Okay, so there we've got this thing coming through as hello world. So if we were to make sure that it's actually in HTML mode, you can see it actually gets encoded correctly as HTML. So it's quite important that when actually working with HTML and we're wanting to render stuff, ensure that the use HTML option is set, because that way it means users are safeguarded against all kinds of injection attacks that might take place. Next, I want to show you how we can actually use inline templates. So inline templates are much like any normal template, except they're just defined within the template you're looking at. So let's have a quick look. I'm just going to turn off this HTML. Go away. Just so it's not so bright. I'm going to just save us on a lot of errors while I'm typing. So we can just say template, and let's call it a input. And within this, I'm going to just say, okay, I'm going to have a label, and I'm going to have an input, and it's going to have an ID potentially, and that will be an ID, and we might have a default value. Actually, let me just put that in quotes. And what else can we do? Yeah, I think that should be it. Okay, so what we want to do is let's use this template. So to use it, all we have to say is include our template, and now we can pass in some parameters. So let's say we've got an ID being a name, and we can say our label is a display name, and we can say default is display name, something like that. And now let's see if we evaluate this. No, let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of this guy. Yeah, he's a distraction. There we go. So there we go. So that's actually given us display name and ID equals name and values equals display name. Now I could enrich that further, where I could say ID is equal to email. What have I put in here? Oh, I lost my quotes. That's why. And the default is, let's say, Conrad at some pair.limited. So let's evaluate that. So display name, email, that's all done. So this is where it becomes quite useful if you want to do, if you were to create a form or something like that, where you get method equals post, action equals to some path, let's say email or something like that. And maybe one. Now why this is kind of quite nice is that you can basically prototype this, and then once you've actually got the basics working, you can actually move this logic out to or this template into its own file if you want. And potentially this is where someone might want to go and style this specific thing in a different way. And you don't actually have to know about it, and you can just focus on your logic, which is happening down there. Hi, I'm quickly going to show you a small mail merge console application, which allows us to send email to a list of subscribers using some templates. So imagine a scenario where we've got lists of products or different types of newsletters or something like that. So these can be simple CSV files where the first column can be the name, the second one can be the email. Now we also will, in this scenario, have some templates where we have, let's say, an introductory email and maybe a newsletter or blog type template. So for each one, because we're sending an email, there's a subject which goes in the email as well as the body. I'm keeping this very simple, so everything's going to be readable text, and I'm also not going to be sending emails out. I'm just going to be writing stuff to the console. So let's have a look. So in this template, for example, it's just going to say hello user.name, and in the body I'll say dear user.name, welcome to our blog, and unsubscribe via the link config unsubscribe URL. So those are the basic data sets that we'll be working with. Now, in a real application, you might even link that up to a database, but for simplicity, we'll just have it on as files. Now, I've created, as I mentioned, I've made a very simple console application. So if we have a look at the main DPR, what we see here is it includes a whole bunch of units. So the units that we have is, so there's the main one over here, which has a method called run. We then have a model unit. Okay, sorry. So the main unit has a procedure called run. So that's the core entry point. We then have a model where we just keep track of some of the structures that we might be utilizing. And we have, okay, that we don't need anymore. We don't need that. And then we've got some actions. So potentially we might want to send, from a dry run scenario perspective, we will actually log to the console. But if we were to send real emails, we'll use the email log procedure. And yeah, as a exercise for the reader, we would essentially use something like Indie, or and then do some SMTP emailing using. We'll need a little bit more configuration to set that up. But for demonstration purposes of the template engine, we'll just use the console log. So let's just step through it a bit in terms of just showing you some of the moving parts. So the application is going to start off by, so from a usage perspective, it will take 3 or 4 parameters. The first parameter is a path to where the templates are, so that's where these parts are over here. The second parameter could be a name, so it could be intro or blog. The third parameter is a name of one of the paths, such as the full path to newsletter subscribers.csv. And then the fourth parameter is an action. So if it's not present, or if it is present and it's email, then it will actually send the email. And if it's not that, we assume it to be a dry run. So the logic here is saying, okay, if the parameter count is not bigger than 3, and if it's not equal to email, then it's got to basically be a dry run. And in that case, we're going to use the console log method, otherwise or procedure, and otherwise we'll use the email log procedure. So this first bit of the application is just processing these parameters. We then go and load the templates. So these are loaded into this record, which is called email template. Let me just show you what that looks like. So that is of this form, where it's a email template where it has a subject and a body, and it actually has an template, which is which is one of the internal structures which comes from the Embarcadero template engine. So the load method here is very simple in terms of, given the path and the template name, all that it's going to do is read all the text based on that. So there it loads the subject, there it loads the body, and then we actually do a subject is equal to template.parse, and then body is equal to template.parse. So we go and we load those respectively. So let's go back to our main. So that's essentially just loading the templates ready for processing. Then we have load list. So this goes and actually loads the CSV file. So that's actually just above here, where it's a very simple. I probably could have used a T string list as well. Anyways, here we just read all the lines, we ensure that it's not empty. We split based around a comma, and we then check that there must be a name in the first column and there must be an email in the second column. So if it's neither of those are true, then it just continues looping. Otherwise, it goes and adds the row to our array over here. So we have an array of arrays. Then what we do is we set up some config. So this is some additional information that might be potentially referenced from our template. So I have an unsubscribe URL. So let's have a look over here, again at our structures. So just to remind you, so this T email template actually has references to the actual templates that have been parsed. We then have this config, which is this unsubscribe URL. And then shortly we'll actually start using this T name email, and this T template config, T template data record. We'll be using those when we start calling the console log action. So over here we've defined this L action as a procedure where it takes the list of names, it takes the T email template, and it takes the config. So we pass those in. So let's have a look at what that actually looks like. So here what we're doing is we've got console log, we've got the list of username and email, and we've got the templates and the config. So now what we do is we create this little record, we assign it to this L user. So what I'm doing here is I'm actually going to be illustrating how we can have records containing records, and the template engine's actually able to dereference them without us actually having to do anything special. So this then in turn calls log, passing this user record and passing this template over there. So finally what I do is I create what we call template data. So there we want to actually have a reference of the user that we're going to be processing for, along with any other configuration. And this is where we'll now do a little print statement where we log, okay, that's who we're going to send the email to. There's a subject where here we've got an eval where we actually refer to the template, and this is the data that's actually going to be passed to that. And then on this line we actually refer to the body template and we pass the data. Now let's just have a look again at what the templates look like. So in terms of the intro subject.tpl, it says hello user.name. Now let me go and look at the model again. So we're passing in this T template data. There's user, and then that's of type T name email, which is this one over here. So it's going to dereference user.name. In the intro body.tpl, we again say dear user.name, and we have we reference the configuration as well. So here we've got config.unsubscribe URL. Now something to be aware of is that much like Pascal, the templating engine is case insensitive when it comes to dereferencing properties. So you don't have to worry about matching the case or anything. And the nice thing to know is it just knows how to actually dereference these things using the runtime type information. So let's have a quick look as to how this program runs. So let me just put a breakpoint over here. Say F9. There we go. So we step through. Now I've already I've set up this application to have a whole bunch of parameters. So let's just see here. So this first one maps onto, that's the template's path. The template I'm going to load is intro. List path is I'm loading the newsletter subscribers.csv. Let's just double check what I did in the options here. So this is where I've passed all these things. Okay, so that is actually the last option that I actually have provided. So I didn't provide a fourth parameter. So because of that, it's going to use the console log option. So this is now going to pass the path and the intro. So we go in here. So there it's actually gone and read the text for both of those from those two templates. It's actually going to parse them. So now we have this T email template is now set up, and it's in its optimal form in a way. We set up some config, which is literally just going to have this unsubscribe URL. Now I'm going to step through to console log. So here we can actually, if we just inspect, we can see I've got a whole bunch of dummy users. And now for each of those users, we're going to set the user and the email. And when we log through, we set the data. So if we just look at what's in data now, so there's config, which is set there, and we've got user that's set over there. And I'm just going to step over this quickly, like such, and then we have a look at the output on the console. So it says to Conrad Vermeulen, subject, hello Conrad Vermeulen. The body is dear Conrad Vermeulen. And then welcome to our blog, and there's the unsubscribe via the link. And let's just step through this again. And so if we look at this again, we'll see once this data, so now it's been set up for the second user, and we can step through that again. And we look there, you can see that it's been nicely formatted and personalized. So I'm not going to step through any of these again. And that's essentially the end of the application. So that just demonstrates very quick personalization for sending out emails or any type of content. Great, I hope you enjoyed that demo. I'll get ready for the next one. Hi, my next demo, I'm going to be showing you how to generate some code using the template engine. Now, again, I've made a very simple console application. I'll start by first showing you the templates for the code we want to generate. So it's a very simple unit. So I'll be passing in a unit name, a class name, and then an array of fields. So a field will have a name and a field type associated with it. And within this class, we will have the various properties, and down below we'll have, in the constructor, we'll actually initialize each of the field values to the default for the respective type. So let's have a quick look as to what we might potentially do. So the model is very simple, as I've mentioned from by looking at the template. So we've got a unit which has a unit name. Inside there's a class and an array of fields. I've actually just kept things fairly simple in terms of memory management by just having things as records. That means that the compiler will actually deallocate anything for us automatically. Now, in the run method, let's have a look what we're going to do. So I have a context. So this is where we store the configuration for the template. So as I might have mentioned before, and you'll see from the documentation, the default opening, the star token is less than percentage, and the end token is percentage greater than. But we can actually customize that to some degree by just assigning start token and end token on the context. With that being the only configuration we're going to use here, we are now going to go and load our template. So I'm basically just hard coding it for this demo. So I'm going to just navigate from the Win32 debug folder down to templates/unit TPL. In this example, I'm going to actually load the template explicitly. If we were to look at this line down here, I'll say tfile read all text, and that's template path. And I call the templates.eval. So where I pass the context, let me just show all the parameters. So you can pass the context, the template that you want to process, and then the data that's going to be merged into the template. So just above this, I actually have configured some data, which will be for this TUnit record. So there's my unit, my class, and then I've added a number of fields. So this is a very simple example. It's going to be very quick to run. So let's just press F9, and we'll see the output in the console window. There you go. So there we can see my unit.paz. It's my unit interface, my class. Here we've got our different fields. constructor create. We've got the names mapping onto the name of the fields prefixed with F, and then we've got our constructor. So although this doesn't really do much, it again just shows how we can actually potentially leverage it for a code generation type use case. Anyways, I hope you can be creative and have fun. Bye. Hi, I'm going to now start with a small web reporting demo. So I've just created a new console application. I'm going to be using the Horseweb framework, so that is leveraging this GitHub project. So it's from Hashload, and the project's called Horse. If we scroll down, we can actually see a very minimalistic quick start demo. So here we just have to include the horse unit, and then we've got a t-horse and a .get and a t-horse listen. So let's actually just copy this over and let's get cracking. So we'll just say horse, and over here just put a veto. Now, and let's just test that this is working. Say hello world. So press F9, it compiles. Already in use, so that's not good. Let me just close other things down. Try that again. There we go. And let's open the browser. Localhost 80. There we go. Hello world. Okay, so now we're going to quickly add a file. I'm going to add a directory called templates. Okay. And what we can do now over here, let's go back to our main. So here we should be able to, just a second, what we want to do is send the index file. And rack. This is the parent template, so we just need to include that. And we also need to pass some data. So I'm going to say data, here, data, and to start off with, let's just say it's a T array of person. Let's define this as T type. T person equals record first name string. Let's make something fictitious. So let's say amount is an integer. And okay, so the what did I get wrong with options? Wrong project. There we go. And okay, so to populate this, let's just say all data equals to oops. Just auto formatting quickly. Pen, Adam Smith. Okay, we just need a small constructor here quickly. Constructor create. Okay. And oops, okay, so my mistake there. I don't want that to be a string, and that must be an integer. Okay, there we go. And that must be a t1000. And we don't want that to come over there. Okay, so at the moment, the plan is that we're returning a list of people. Now in our array over here, or in our template, should I say, we want to actually loop through that array. So what we can do is we can just make this a report saying high scores. For person of underscore. Okay, so now you might say, what is this underscore? Underscore is a special variable that refers to the data that was passed into the actual template. So this is something that applies to a template like this, or any sub-template that may be created, or an inline template. Now inside here we'd be able to then go and say, let's actually create let's just start with creating a table. And over here what we'll do is we'll say tr, and let's say td, person.firstname. Okay. So that is the basics. So let's see what happens if we run this now. Okay, fine. There we go. We've got a small table with high scores. Now, what we might want to do is cater for some different behavior. So let's say we want to. Let's have a look at that again. Okay, so let's go and look at this template. Now, let's say there are no people in that's been passed in. Now, you might want to show some sort of message to say, to show that there are no people. So we could say if then equals 0. And then you can say there are no high scores available. Okay, let's just make sure that it is refreshing. I'm just going to put something over there. So what I'm wanting to just highlight here is I don't actually have to restart the application to actually see the changes in the browser. There we go. So if I was to say bigger than, change that to bigger than, we'll see. Okay, so that's obviously not the logical one to have like that. Now, what we can actually do is we can actually get all of this error messaging incorporated into the loop as well. So there's some special syntax that's been devised that we can say on begin and else. So we can move all of this into the else section. We can move this table into the onBegin section and the close table into the onEnd section. So that allows us to get rid of this if statement. And so now let's see if that's still working. Or possibly I blew it all up. Oh, I probably blew it up. Yeah, I think I had a syntax there. Let me just start that again. Let's just have a quick look at the syntax for the for statement. Statement for, there we go. So we are wanting to, here we go. So it's on begin, on end, and on empty. Okay, I made a mistake there. So that should be empty. Let's try that again. There we go. Okay. And what we can do now is, let's just see if we go and look at the code. If we were to comment out those sections there. Yeah, so we can actually see that this template is actually working perfectly. Now, let's assume you want to actually get rid of using the underscore. Maybe you find that that's not as readable as you'd like it to be. The way you can work around that is, we could call this, let's call it template data equals record, and we could say high scores, and we just move all of that, let's say, into that structure there. Now what we do over here is we get rid of this, and we can say our data dot high scores is equal to now within my index, because we've got this new high scores, that means all we have to do is actually change this to be higher scores. Now, as I might have mentioned in some of the previous demos, there's no case sensitivity. Now, because I've actually changed the code here, I do need to actually restart it for the template to actually pick up on what's going on. So let's just rerun that, and there we go. So this is a very quick way in which we can actually get the template engine to actually go and resolve the context. Now, you might be wondering, well, how does this magically know to go and actually load that index.tpl? So there's a bit of a convention that's actually embedded in the template registry. So the template registry will, in debug mode, will default to looking for a templates folder 2 down from where the application is actually running. So we know that when we create a normal default application, that it's going to actually be running under 132 debug. So what will happen is it will actually assume that there's potentially a directory 2 levels down. Now it will also actually look at this at the top level as well. So let's just see if we just add another one over at this level here. Folder templates. Let me just add that. We call this alternative. Okay, I might have to just restart and just double check. There we go. Yeah, so we can see what has happened is it is actually picking up on this one now, rather than the one at that level. But what's nice to know is that, you know, you've got the choice, at least, as to where you want to have your templates during development, and then you can choose to actually move them into the build directory when you're ready for deployment. Let's also have a look. Now we have okay. Now this template type is actually the main entry point for interacting with this Embarcadero template engine. So if we just go and have a quick look at it, we will be able to see that there's many different methods for evaluating. So there's all kinds of overloads where you can pass streams, where you can pass variables, including context and context, which was passing configuration through. So all of the methods that start with resolve actually are mapping onto the T template registry. The T template registry, if we have a quick look at him, he is defined as with quite a number of properties on them, where if we go and have a look at what some of the properties, so there's contextual information, which is specific to the template registry. So we assume that once you start leveraging the template registry, the configuration is going to be centralized and consistent. There are some, if you've got different, if you're trying to load templates from files or from the resources in the application, or a combination of both, you can actually make your own name resolvers, which actually map the name that you might reference when you say include template to the actual file name, or the resource inside the template file. Ext is obviously would by default be .tpl. Load strategy. So load strategy allows you to define how you're actually going to load your various templates. So it can be a load resource, load file, or load custom. So load resource and load file are supported by default, and load custom allows you to create your own loading mechanism if you so desire. So you could actually go and load a template from a database or from a website or web service, etc. Refresh interval. So that is if we in debug mode. So these two, automatic refresh and refresh interval, allow us to actually control how frequent the templates are being reloaded. And custom template loader. So that's obviously the anonymous method, which allows us to, if we specify a custom load strategy, we can provide a mechanism to load our templates the way we want them. And then we also have some methods that can help with debugging. So we can have an exception logger and a defined logger. Okay, so that's all for this demo. I hope that this was useful, and yeah, please do send any questions if you have any more. Thank you. Anyway, I just want to give a quick example of layouts, as well as the use of custom functions within the web reporting demo. So let's start with adding a custom layout. So this is really simple. In terms of what we'll do is we'll just go to the templates folder, and we'll just create a new file here, call it layout.tpl. Now within the project, I'll just add that layout file quickly. Okay, so here what we'll do is, let's say we just create an HTML section, and we'll have a header, and we'll have a body. Now what we can do here is we can say, just double check something. Okay, we're using that syntax. So this becomes a placeholder for header content, and then this becomes a placeholder for body content. And whatever actually exists inside this block at the moment will become the default. So let's say we just said title, this is the reporting demo. And this is placeholder for content. Okay, so we've created this layout file now, but now let's actually try and use it. So we don't have to actually change any code, we just have to update the templates that we are already referencing. So here we can just say extends layout. Okay, now let's just, this isn't actually going to do anything right now. All that we should actually end up seeing is the content from the layout. So let's just try and have a look at localhost. Oh, it actually did produce something. Extends layout. Okay, so let's say block body. Let's go here again. I know I'm editing the wrong file. Let me just go here quickly. I previously created a templates folder in that directory. Let me just get rid of that. Okay, let's start again. There we go. Okay, so here it's saying line 21 ends. I was not expected. Oop, what's going on there? Okay. Block. So that is that. That should be good. Okay. So let me just start again by just getting rid of that one. And I'm going to get rid of this one. We go back layouts.tpl, okay. There we go. I was being not the same over there. Okay, so sometimes the error messaging can be pretty helpful. Okay, great. This is a place. Okay, so this is exactly what I wanted to show before. So we've within our index.tpl we've actually said extend, but the content is actually being ignored because we haven't actually given it a location to be embedded in. So now let's go and target the body section. Oops. Block body. Okay, and I'm just going to indent that one more time. There we go. Okay. And you see, we can see there's the header that's come through. If we do a view source, view page source, there's the header. That's the default title. So of course, what we can do is if we want to override the header as well, we can do a little header, and we can say title high scores for the Dev Day 2024 demo. Okay, great. And there we go, the high scores for the Dev. Okay, brilliant. So that actually shows how the layouts can actually be utilized. So that's very simple. Now, let's say we want to make a custom function. So I'm going to do something really simple here in terms of, I'm going to get rid of these two lines here. I'm going to make a single column where I actually just use a function that concatenates these two. Now there's a built-in function to do this, but I want to actually do this in code. So let's just illustrate that. So I go back to our function over here, and what I will do is we need to define a helper class. So call this my web reporting functions, and what we want to have a class function. Let's call it join names. Const a person, and call it string. Okay, and now let's implement this. Oh, that's why. Person. Oops. There we go. And now within the context for the template registry, what we do is we say resolver dot, and now we should be able to find a context functions, add functions, and we just simply add that class. So using the runtime type information, this will now go and actually resolve all of the methods that are class functions and static, and actually allow the template engine to actually call those as well. So now in our template, template. Let's go over here, and we can just say that's a join names on person. We get rid of this column. Okay, and let's run that again. There we go. There we go. You can actually see that the names are joined. Let's just say view page source. You see there's only one column now. So that was the quick and dirty on those two features. Anyways, that's all for now, and let's move on to some other demos. Okay, bye. In this next demo, I'm going to show you a simple invoicing system. I've already written it, so I'm going to give you a quick walkthrough. I'll first start off by running it, and then we'll actually have a look at some of the code. So to start off with, it's got a little section here where it can list invoices. It's not fully complete, so it's not everything is listed. I've got little sections, a settings button, which allows me to actually configure some details about my company. I can press print on invoices, which is something that we'll do as an exercise at some later stage. But to start off with, we'll just add an invoice and view a preview. So this add button allows me to capture some invoice details. So we've got an invoice date. So here we can actually just say, okay, we'll keep today's date. I'll just say EX001 example limited and one example away somewhere. Okay, so yeah, we can just say, let's just select a fictitious date range, and we can say we worked for 40 hours, hourly rate of 50, and we press go. So now if we just click on this, there we go. Here is our fictitious invoice that's been created, which we can then print off. So if we were to say do print preview, there we go. We can actually send it off to our clients if we want to. Okay, so what's driving all of this? Let's have a quick look at some of the code. So, as I mentioned, I've created this app using FMX. I've got T-Frame Stand, which is a third-party component which is accessible via Getit. This is, I think it's from Andrea Magni, and it allows us to substitute placeholders on a form with different frames. So then I've got my input frame. My input frame essentially has the various labels and various fields on them. There's very little logic actually on the actual page itself. Mostly some helper methods which are just pulling data out and populating data structures. So for example, over here, when we press this add button, the add button itself is going to go and call an onAdd event method, and it will pass through some of the data that we've actually filled in here. We have a list invoices frame. So here we have the print button, we've got a settings button, and the add invoice button. And then we've got a component which actually allows us to list them in a grid format. Now, again, this doesn't have too many things on it, mostly properties. Add item essentially just adds an item one below the other as they appear here. And it would be called via another event somewhere else. Now, if we were to look at populated nodes, okay, so if we look at add item, okay, so here you can actually see the component I'm actually using is a component from TMS, which is the FNC tree view. So I create a new node and I set the various column values with details from the actual invoice. And I also bind that invoice to the node, which may be useful later on. Settings calls the onSettings event. On print calls the onPrint event. OnAdd calls the OnAdd event. So all of these events are actually wired up in the main form, and we'll look at that later. So then we have the preview, So the preview essentially just has a web browser on it. Again, it's doing very little. We've got a procedure print. So okay, there's exercise for reader for now, and we have an invoice property where we can essentially read or set the invoice that we want to have previewed. Now this is actually the bit where the template engine actually comes to play. So again, as with one of the other examples, we are using the template registry. So it goes and resolves the invoice from invoice TPL, which is actually located in the templates folder. So this is one of the default behaviors of the T template registry. It knows how to actually go and resolve files, resolve templates from files or from resources, and you can configure it to use one, the other, or a combination of both. You can actually also go and use custom sources for templates if you need them. So this is actually going to go and take this. So what we're doing here is we've got a structure called template data. So that's literally just got a field in there called invoice. Our invoice, just so you can see what's in there. So we've got invoice number, invoice date, client address, logo path, company address. So these are the details of my company, and this is the client is who's going to be billed. And then down here we've got some details relating to the amounts and the banking details. And we also have some functions that we will be calling from the template. So back over here, let's just have a look at again. So all that we've done is we've populated the invoice record with the invoice that was passed in, and then we pass that through to the template engine to be merged into the invoice template. Let's quickly have a look at the invoice template. So this is very simple vanilla HTML. So we have a header for invoice. We then have a table where this consists of a path to the logo, and then it shows my company details. Then if we scroll down a little bit, we also have a new section here where we have the invoice date and invoice number. Here we're using one of the built-in functions where we're formatting by, year, month, and date. So if we look at our model, invoice date, where is that? That's a T date, so that's been formatted. And invoice number, that's simply being passed through there. Oops. Where am I? Oh, there we go. So then we show the client who's going to be billed. So show their name, their address, and we follow up with showing the billing details. So the billing period. So again, we call a built-in function which formats the billing period, the start and end dates. We then use a format function where we can format the double. So we've got hours worked, an hourly rate. And over here we can also see we've got work total, which has parentheses. So that's actually quite important in terms of the template engine does need to know whether or not something is just a variable or a function. So if you add parentheses, it will then you're actually giving the hints that it actually has to go and call a method. So there's two methods there which I showed you before on the model. If we look down the bottom here, we've got work total and total. So just to show you what those are. So those are related to work total should just be hours worked multiplied by the hourly rate, and then total should be the work total plus any expenditure. So let's just double check that. Yeah, so there we can see. So work total is hours worked times hourly rate, and the total is work total plus expenses. And let's go back here. And what's left in the template is just to show the bank details. Yeah. So that's really it. So within this app, I then just defined a few of the frames. I'm not saying that this isn't necessarily best practice or anything, but I just a way I quickly wired this app up so we could demonstrate something working. So here we have the various events, and they start showing the various frames when they need to be shown, and they allow us to pass data between from one frame to the next as appropriate. So just to show that to you again in action. So when we do this run. Make 20. Good. So click on that, and there we can see those details come through. Okay, well, I hope that was a nice way of seeing a different way of actually integrating the template engine into your app. Bye for now. Just quickly covering some of the high-level topics around how the template engine works. So specifically when it comes to processing a template, it's normally a 3-step process. So the first step is parsing of the template. So it's identifying what is just raw text, and then what are the actual statements. And then we have a process around optimizing certain constructs within the template itself. And then lastly, when you actually present data, we actually evaluate the template and then start filling in the placeholders. Now, the API normally provides a few different ways in which you can actually do these steps. You can either go and do a parse and evaluate as one step. It's not the most optimal way of doing it, because you can imagine every single time it's got to parse and evaluate. But it can be useful initially in certain circumstances. Later on, what you would do to get the most optimal performance is to first parse, and you store the parsed template reference somewhere, and then when you need to evaluate it, you literally just refer to that parsed template, and you present it with data, and you say evaluate, and then it'll actually run really quickly. Now, when it comes to larger projects, when there are many templates, there's a template registry. So that actually takes care of all the caching of individual templates, and it's thread safe, and basically takes away a lot of the boilerplate that many people might reinvent. Another feature that is hidden behind the scenes, so in debug mode, if you're working with a web server and you've got it mapped onto the file system, we have a little automatic background loading that can take place. So if you're working on a template and you wanting to just see the change refresh automatically, you don't actually have to restart the application. You just change the template, and it will reflect appropriately when you load the template in the browser. And lastly, just a small note on performance. So as I mentioned, parsing is something that can potentially take a little while, and so it's very hard to give you a like-for-like benchmark as to say, okay, this is exactly how fast it is, because it depends on the size of the template and what features are being used. And if you're wanting to compare the performance of, let's say, the Semper template engine with Moustache, or any of the other template engines out there, again, you're going to notice a difference, because not all template engines implement the same number of features, and there's always, the more features you have, there's likely going to be a small penalty that's paid appropriately. But the design of the Semper template engine has been to try to keep it as optimal as possible. Just to cover the Semper template engine licensing, so the Semper template engine is available under the open source GPL license. So this essentially means it's free as in speech, not free as in beer. So free to evaluate, you can look and understand what's going on in the code, and you can incorporate it into other GPL-based projects. Semper template engine commercial license is available as part of the dual license, where a nominal developer fee of $70 gives you access to including it in any of your free or commercial projects. A support fee of $30 is appreciated annually, but that's at your discretion. But any support is appreciated, as that will help me to continue working on updates on the project. Further, there's a site license which is available when there's more than 20 developers. So that's capped. So for large organizations, that might be useful for you. Thank you very much for your attention today, and I hope that the material I presented was of interest to you. Please do contact me if you have any feature requests, or would like some training or tips on optimizing, or other development requests. I'm a consultant and can help you in any way with regards to Delphi and also other programming languages. I apologize, my voice is a little croaky at the moment because I've had a cold for the past week. Anyways, thank you again, and enjoy the rest of the training days. Bye.
You sounded perfect. It's fine. Well, the good news is Conrad is joining us live in the studio. Hello, Conrad. How are you?
Hi there. Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Your voice is sounding great. So you've obviously bounced back from the cold, and it wasn't something horrific that made you sound like an old man forever. You actually, I thought your voice sounded fine on the video, but there you go.
Yeah, well, I do have I do cough quite frequently still, but you know.
I thought it was funny. You kept saying, "Okay, and thanks very much," and that's it. And I'm like, "Whoa, what is it?" A couple of false endings. As an ex-DJ, I'm used to records that end weirdly, but actually then carry on. So I've learned to go pause just in case, and then wait and see what happens. I have a countdown timer, so it makes it easier. Okay, so lots of nice comments. By the way, just FYI, Rhino Coatsy said hi from South Africa. So a fellow South African.
I think it would probably pronounce Rhino Coetzee. So yes.
Oh, see, you pulled the South African card on me.
Yeah, there you go. But
yeah, very good. Well, I'm going to call him Rhino because it sounds cool. It sounds like he charges at things. And
no one can pronounce my surname correctly in the UK either. So
oh, go for it. How would you pronounce your last name?
It's Vermeulen.
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 Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry,
but
the
becomes an F and the EU becomes a something. Yeah. Anyways, it's Dutch in ancestry. There's lots of people from Belgium, France, Netherlands that typically have it. There are a few famous football players and so on.
Yeah, Marco G from GDK. I've tried. He's tried to teach me how to pronounce his last name, being Dutch with a hard Dutch G, and so I've now resorted to call him Marco G, and he's very nice about it, luckily, because there's no way I can. I need some teeth moving around and stuff like that before I can close or however it's pronounced. So anyway, lots of love for your stuff. Delphi Moore, which sounds a bit like Demi Moore. I'm guessing it's not her in disguise, but Delphi Moore said, nice one. And Troy said, wow, he codes very fast. So well done there. You've freaked a few people
I've been doing this for 30 years or so. So you know.
Yeah, me too. Nearly 40 years I worked out the other day. Actually, probably longer than that, because I sold my first program when I was 15 years old, but another time for that story. And also, he said, I love watching a master at work. So I'm guessing what he saw he liked. Yeah, a couple of people said, oh, it was too quick. Look, you have to fit a certain amount into the video. Go to the replay. If it's too quick for you, go to the replay, pause it or slow it down. On YouTube, you can actually slow it down to like half speed and things like that as well. It's more important you get the demo in. I thought it was a brilliant demo, Conrad. I really, your little playground app is fantastic as well, because I think just the whole polish with it says a lot about the kind of guy you are. A couple of questions. The reason that Zoe asks this question, is there a RAD version for Mac OS, is because they noticed you were using a Mac. And I said, well, no, RAD Studio actually only works on Windows. But do you want to explain what your setup was so that we don't confuse people?
Yes. So I'm essentially I'm running Parallels, which is the equivalent of VMware. running on the Mac. So that's basically just Delphi, and also it's ARM based, so it's Windows ARM actually running on a Mac M3.
Right.
So Delphi, so I was using Delphi 12.1, and so the normal Intel binaries, they just run natively as usual inside Windows. When Windows has actually, or Microsoft's done a fantastic job at actually providing internal emulation or recompilation of Intel to ARM instructions.
Yeah, I mean, the weird thing is actually we get asked that quite a lot. People will say, "Oh, are you going to produce an ARM version of the IDE?" And I keep saying to them, actually, we're looking into these things, but actually we don't need to.
Yeah.
And they're also saying, "Oh, what about native ARM Windows apps?" Well, obviously it's something on our radar as a company, but the reality is that Microsoft is really forced to make their emulation work. Otherwise, nobody's apps are going to work on their hardware that they're trying to, I think the future is probably going to be ARM processors, to be honest.
I think also the although Apple provides Rosetta actually only works on the Mac side of things, so it doesn't actually go into the Windows side of things. So Microsoft is actually doing its own thing, whereas if you've got Intel based Mac apps, they'll run on Rosetta on doing the same thing, but on the Mac platform.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is just compile your app for Windows, excuse me, and then it will run on a ARM PC running Windows. That's my experience has been. I've not found a single one of my apps that didn't work on an ARM PC, and I believe that we've tested the ID, and there are a couple of little areas where it's like a little bit shaky, but that's to be expected. And actually, Microsoft then put out patches to fix these things because it's kind of their responsibility. But as you said, you're running parallels. I know there have been in the past issues with RAD Studio running in parallels. That mode where you can turn everything off and it looks like a native app. I know there have been some issues with menus and things like that. And parallel, it's a bug in Parallels, by the way, not in RAD Studio. And Parallels then they're aware of RAD Studio and have issued fixes for it as well. They're a bit standoffish. They don't really,
I think where once Embarcadero embrace, or should I say, once we're building native ARM apps, there is a place for that, because in certain industries, startup time might be quite important, and having translations taking place and that sort of stuff might not be great. Although actually, I'm actually sorry. I'm thinking more in terms of Java type stuff. Actually, it doesn't really apply.
Well, I mean, it actually does apply. The reason is that you're using emulation and an emulation layer in there, and there is an argument to say that it's preferable to have native for whatever that processor is. Right now, it's not too bad, but what's going to happen. It's going to go like that.
Yeah, no,
because the ARM platform will suddenly introduce some kind of features that the Intel platform can't produce. And I mean, we do compile to ARM at the moment, obviously for Android. So it's not like we can't do ARM compilers. Without going into too many details, it's something on our radar, and 64-bit and all those other things are things that are important to us. But anyway, so the answer is Zoe. He didn't have some magical special version of RAD Studio that ran natively on Mac. He was using Parallels, so that's to be expected.
But also just on that note, though, of different platforms, the template engine is pure Pascal, so it will work on it itself will run on any platform. So if you make an Android app or an iOS app, OS X map, etc., you could incorporate templates into those apps as well.
Cool. Well, there you go. So my questions, I kind of talked to you about these before, and people are scanning your QR code, so that's good. They're going to your site, and I think they should. I mean, there are other template engines out there, but I mean, that would probably be my first question, which is what made you decide to write Sempere in the first place?
So the motivation for the template engine came out of, I wanted to have something that was like a scripting language, like PHP or something like that. Or like I've been working with, I'm a polyglot, so I work in lots of different languages, like in
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Python, for example. There's some amazing things there as well.
Mm.
And the thing is, there just wasn't anything close to Delphi, which actually gave the same functionality. And also, the core emphasis was also on the separation of presentation, basically presentation and the functional business logic. Because, like, what when we used to natively, or say in the old days when we used to build PHP apps, you just have a script with, or Perl apps even, you just have one big script with doing absolutely everything. It's like
I have PTSD from Perl apps. Don't even go there.
Yeah, so like you're busy fetching data, you're busy printing out, and it's essentially just a program that's running. And
I used to be a Unix system guy,
Yeah.
and in those days you had no option, but you sooner or later you ended up doing Perl.
Yeah.
And my description of how to write a Perl program is do this. It doesn't show up. Grab a nice heavy phone, drop it on the keyboard, and that's it. It's like ChatGPT for Perl. You're guaranteed to have accidentally written a really good Perl program. I don't know what it will do, but that's what Perl is. It's just like someone leant on the keyboard and went,
either that, or you just made the more amazing regular expression for evaluating your email address.
regex as well. Yes, I know. It's just one of those things. I mean, what would, if someone was out there going, oh, there's moustache and this and there's that and that, what would make someone choose Semper over another kind of library or template engine, I suppose is the best way of calling it?
Okay, so I'm going to blow my own horn here. I think it's probably the most feature-rich template engine out there at the moment. The thing is, like, because of the things that I've been exposed to, I wanted all the toys. And, like, the thing is, like, I wanted something that was very capable in terms of being not only centered around web, or it needed to be able to be, like, with all the demos that are just presented, it needs to be flexible enough to have lots of different use cases and be subtle, subtle, to do whatever needs doing. Because most of the computing is all about munging data at the end of the day. So
Yeah,
with another way of munging it.
Well, your demo is very comprehensive, and we were both chatting behind the scenes about T-frame stand from Andrea Magni, and saying how it's good. There's a couple of things you tweak, but generally it's really good. And I like the invoice demo and all the rest of it. You know your stuff. And anybody that's watching, if you scan that see, I can point to it now. 4 days in, I've finally got to the point of knowing which hand I point in the right direction. But if you scan that QR code, you'll go directly to Conrad's website and to GitHub. He said he's still working on his website. So I looked at it and went, yeah, okay, I won't put a link up for that, because it just literally says, hi, I'm Conrad. That's it.
Yeah, the problem is I'm rubbish at doing that sort of thing. So I'd rather let people contact me.
But as the comments said, you are an ace programmer. I mean, really, you demonstrated how powerful Rad Studio is. You demonstrated the coolness of Delphi and the things you can do. Like I saw you had uses of interfaces and all sorts of things in your code. That I approached you early in the year and said, you know what? Do you want to become an MVP? Because I've seen what you've done. MVPs are the people that really do champion our products, but also make the best ability to demonstrate the functionality of it. And you definitely did, and people seem to like it from the comments as well. So we're actually running short of time. Would you believe? There you go. You were like, we'll just waffle on, but we seem to have done that. I mean, if I was to say one more thing, which is, if there was, what would you put into Semper as a feature that it doesn't do now? Or are you going to come up with the perfect answer, which is, I don't need to, it's perfect?
Oh, that's a hard one. Wait, I have to look at my features list.
Oh,
No, I've got issues. Oh, actually, no. So actually, here's one that is currently pending. So, which I think is quite a neat one. So I want to support native code generation based on a template. So it's actually about that. That's about how to get the most bleeding edge out of your template. So you
Yeah.
start with your template, which is purely okay. I've basically you essentially start off with doing a prototype.
Yeah.
And then you can actually say, let's code gen as like a post-process task, which actually generates that into something that really just says, here's native for loops, here's just the raw data being output to a stream. And then it's I think it's more or less feature complete.
Yeah.
There might be other cosmetic things around validation that I want to do as well, but
As I said to someone yesterday, I forget who it was, a computer program is like a great work of art. You never finish it, you just abandon it. And that's the fact that there's always something you could do,
Yeah.
It's like DIY, except in my case, I just go, do you know what? It's good enough, I'll leave it.
Yeah. So my first user was from China. My first user and paying customer was from China.
That's excellent.
And his first issue was that he raised was just, wow, this is great.
Well, if that's the issues you get, then you're doing good.
Yeah. But
right.
yeah. Anyways, I was going to just say, it has been a little bit of organic growth in terms of I've tried to slot things into be backward compatible. I did try to support XE4 plus or XE4 and above. I don't test all of those platforms actively, but I do try to
Well, that's what
check them
users
every
are
now and then.
for.
Yeah, exactly. So I've got all kinds of things to try and support that. But anyway,
Yeah.
let's
Brilliant. Well, look, Conrad, we're out of time, but thank you. We've met in person before, and I'm sure we'll meet again somewhere else because that's the nature of these things. But you are a star. You're an excellent coder, and anybody that understands Delphi and is a coder can see the quality of your code and the rest of it. Anybody that wants to, just go to there and scan that repo. But for now, thanks a lot.
No worries. Great. Thanks a lot.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Okay, so Conrad is awesome, and he's disappearing off into the ether, or whatever happens to our guests once they're finished. Our next session is from Gustavo, and it is. And let me just check. I'm not pulling up the wrong session because sorry, our yes, that's the correct one. So this session is from Gustavo, from basics to advanced techniques. Once we're finished, Gustavo will be joining us live. But for now, I'll see you later.
Hi everyone, my name is Gustavo, and today I'm going to talk about mastering RTTI from basic to advanced techniques. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gustavo Mena Barreto. I'm a senior developer at Aquasoft. Aquasoft is a company who is partner of Embarcadero and working with outsourcing. I'm an Embarcadero instructor and a content creator on Instagram. The name of the page is Force Coding. The meaning of that is because I like Star Wars and I like to code. Feel free to follow me there, okay? So let's see the agenda. First of all, I'm going to talk about what is RTTI, the main concept of what is RTTI. Okay. I'm going to show you some basic examples to get the main idea of RTTI. I'm going to show you how to work with JSON with RTTI, because everything is JSON in those days. today everything is JSON, and we can work with JSON and RTTI. Okay. I'm going to talk about custom attributes, a very cool feature of RTTI. And also I'm going to show you how to create forms in runtime using RTTI. A very cool concept. There are many applications. Okay. And some final tips to conclude the chat here of RTTI. Okay. So what is RTTI? Runtime type information. Is a functionality in Delphi that allows you to obtain information about the types of data and structures used in your program during execution. It makes possible to inspect and manipulate the properties, methods, and fields of objects and classes without necessarily knowing their exact types during compile time. The RTTI provides some classes to access those informations, such as typeinfo, a special type generated by the compiler that provides information about the name, size, and structure of a data type at runtime. The trtti context, a class used to obtain information about types, fields, properties, and methods of classes and records. The RTTI type, a class that provides access to information such as type, name, size, and type. For example, TK class for classes, TK record for records. Also, we have these two little guys here, the trtti field and trtti property are two classes that allows you access information about fields and properties, expectedly, of a class or a record, used to read and set values or obtain information about data types. We also have the trtti method, class that provides information about class methods, including their names, parameters, return types, and visibility. As you can see, we can access a lot of information, different information. Okay, all these classes are in the RTTI unit. So if you need to use RTTI, you're gonna need this unit here. Now I'm gonna show you some basic examples of basic sample codes that explain the very main concept of RTTI. Okay, this little code here, I see a lot of many codes in many projects, codes like that. Here we are changing the caption of a button using typecast, using the is and as operators, checking if sender is of a type button, that is, the object that triggered the on-click event. So it's a very simple code, and I see many projects with this type of code. Okay, and in this example here, the code doesn't know, the compiler doesn't know if the sender is a T button or wherever another component. But if it is a T button, we're gonna change the caption using the typecast of this button here. Okay, very simple. I have other example here. In this example here, I'm using a counter that checks all components in the form. The counter is component count. And we're gonna do a loop using typecast to check if the component is added to clean its content. Again, I see this type of code in many projects. Is very common. To be honest, it's very common and very useful, because imagine if you have in a form, in a screen, a lot of edits. Instead of clear one edit one edit one, clear, edit two, clear. This example here, we can clear all the edits in the form using RTTI. Okay, if you already see this type of code and this type of code here, know that this is are using RTTI. And we can use RTTI to access the property of an object of the class. In this example here, I have a class, my class. This class here have only one property, my property, an integer property, okay? And this code here is gonna access the property and the value of my class. I explain here. We have some three variables here. The variable tMyClass, a variable tRTTI context, and a variable tRTTI property. First of all, I create an instance of tMyClass, set some value in the property, my property, create an instance of tRTTI context, and to access the property, I'm gonna need this line here. I'm gonna use the context using this function here, get type, using the parameter tMyClass, and using this function here, get property. Using this parameter here, my property, a string parameter. In that case, I'm gonna need to use the exact name of the property, or my property, okay? If it's assigned, this variable here, I'm gonna show in the screen the name of the property and the value of the property using get value, my object to string, okay? Very simple. Now I'm gonna talk a little about JSON. Everything is JSON in those days. A lot of information exchange with other systems, servers, applications, APIs, and yes, we can use RTTI with JSON to simplify, to increase the productivity of our code, okay? JSON serialization with RTTI is the possibility to automatically extract and save the properties of an object in a data format, such as JSON, XML, binary, and vice versa, restoring object instances from serialized data. Simplify the serialization process, as you do not need to manually specify each property to serialize or deserialize. In those days, we worked with huge JSONs with a lot of fields, so RTTI can be very useful in that way. I'm going to show you two functions here. One to serialization and other to deserialization of the tPerson class. I have this class here, tPerson. This class here have two properties, name and last name. First of all, let me explain the function serialize object, which will return a JSON in a string format, okay? This function here accepts as one parameter, tObject, okay? And we're gonna use two variables here that I mentioned before in the other examples, RTTI context and RTTI property, and a JSON object. Here I create an instance of RTTI context and an instance of JSON object. To get the properties of the class, and the class is gonna be this little guy here. To get the properties, I'm gonna do a for in using get type tObject.class type class type and get properties. Okay, and if you already know JSON, work with JSON, you know this line here, add pair. I'm gonna using the name of the property and the value of my property here. In the end, we're gonna have the JSON in a string format right here. Now I'm gonna show you the deserialize object function. This function here has two parameters. One is JSON data. This parameter here refers to a JSON in a string format, and I have this other parameter here of a T class. The type is T class. In the end, this function here will return a T object, because the goal of the reason of this function is return T object is this function can be used to any class, okay? Not only from T person. We have these variables here, RTTI context, RTTI property, JSON object, another object here, and a name in a string format. Okay. After created the instance here of the TRTTI context, we're gonna parse JSON value with the JSON data string format. Okay, and we're gonna do the for in to get the properties of the class of this parameter here, and we're gonna set value right here. In the end, the result is gonna be a T object with the values coming from the JSON data, the JSON string format. Okay. Using these two functions is gonna be something like that. Here I have three variables. One is T person, other is a serialized data string, and a deserialized person. The type is T person as well. I create an instance of a person here, setting the properties with my name. In this line here, serialized data, I'm gonna set serialized data with the function serialize object, using person as a parameter. In the end, we're gonna have this JSON here with my name in the variable serialized data, and we're gonna use to deserialize person. Okay, we're gonna use the deserialize object using my JSON here, specifying the class T person, and I'm gonna need to do a typecast of a T person, because deserialize object returns a T object, because this function here can be used to any class. Okay, all these functions here, the serialized data and the deserialize object, can be used to any class, any JSON. That is the reason of our using RTTI here. So we're gonna need to use a typecast here because the function here returns a T object. In the end, I'm gonna give a show message here, showing the name and the last name. Okay, this is JSON with RTTI. Next, we're gonna talk about custom attributes, a very cool feature of RTTI. What is custom attributes? They are metadata annotations that you can associate with various elements in your code, such as types, fields, properties, methods, and even method parameters, providing additional information to associate code elements. To use custom attributes, it's necessary to define a class that is inherited from tCustom attribute, to then apply its custom attribute to some element. I'm going to show you the use of custom attributes in the next topic, which will be creating forms in runtime. We're going to use custom attributes combining with creating forms in runtime, okay? But how can I create forms in runtime using RTTI? Here is gonna be a step-by-step to create forms in runtime. First of all, we're gonna define the form structure. We're gonna create classes or records that represents the form. This structure can contain properties to represent components such as edits, labels, buttons, whatever. And also we're gonna need to create a function to instantiate and set right the form. With this function using RTTI, we will define each property of the form and set their values based on the form structure. So here are the structure of our form that we're going to create. We have this class here, tComponentInfo. This class represents the form components. It has component class, property name, and a caption. And we have this class here, tFormStructure, who represents the form with visual components. In this example here, I'm going to create a form with only a button and a label, just to get the main idea. So these two guys here refers to the tComponentInfo, okay? These are main structure of the form. And now I'm going to talk about the custom attributes. Remember, to use custom attributes, we're going to need to create a class who inherited of tCustom attribute. So I create here a component class attribute with 3 properties: component class, name, and a caption, and also a constructor. How I use custom attributes? I show you. Here I'm creating I'm using a tForm default and declaring a tForm default. This class here has 2 properties, button info and label info, okay? And these are the syntax to use custom attributes. And this right here is I'm set the values of the constructor, okay? The constructor here, a component class, name, and caption. So above the button here, I'm gonna set the T button, the name of my button 1, and a caption of my button. Click here. Same goes to T label. T label, the name of the label 1, and the caption of the label my label. These this is the way to use custom attributes. Always declare use above a property, a method, whatever. Because next we're gonna read these custom attributes as well. Okay. Don't be afraid, don't be scared to this code. It's more simple than it looks. I'm going to explain everything right here. This code here, we're going to define the structure of the form that we're going to create using RTTI. We have these variables here, the form structure, some a p-form variable, RTTI context, RTTI type, RTTI property, and a new one, a t-custom attribute. We're gonna need this variable here because we're gonna need to read these custom attributes, okay, to define the structure. After I create an instance of form structure in RTTI context, I'm gonna get the type of my t-form default, okay, this form right here, just remember. I'm gonna get the type, and I'm gonna do a for in to get the properties, and next I'm gonna do a for in to get the attributes of these properties, okay, my custom attributes. To verify if it is a custom attribute, I'm gonna use this line here. If it's a component class attribute, then I'm gonna verify if it is a t-button, which it is, okay. If it is a t-button, I'm gonna define the structure of my button here in my form structure based on the custom attributes. So in this example here, property name is gonna be button1, caption is gonna be click here, and the same goes to the label. Property name is gonna be label1, and caption is gonna see my label. It's gonna be my label. Okay, this code here defines the structure of the form. After the loop is finished, the variable myForm, the type is tForm, receive this function here, createWriteForm, which we are using a parameter myFormStructure. This function here is gonna create and set and write the form with this structure here, and in the end we're gonna show the form on screen. And this is the function createWriteForm. The parameter form structure here has some variables like tForm, tButton, tLabel, tRTTI context, tRTTI type, and a new one, tRTTI field. Yes, we're gonna need this variable here. Now, here I'm define some properties of my form, creating the form. Here I'm creating an instance of RTTI context. I'm gonna get the type of my form structure, the parameter here, and I'm gonna get field. I'm gonna use this function here, using as a parameter the string button width. Okay, has to be the same name to work. If it's assigned, I create the button in the form, define the parent here of form, my variable here, okay, and get the caption of the structure. And the same goes to label info. Define the parent and get the caption of my form structure. Now I'm gonna show this example working in Delphi because it works. Here are all the examples that I showed in the slides. Okay, I'm gonna run the project here just to prove that we can create a dynamic form using RTTI. Here we have this button here, dynamic form, and here we are, our dynamic form with one button and one label. The button here with the caption click here, and the label with the caption my label. Okay. But there is this question: when I gonna need a dynamic custom form? Well, there's a few situations that you can use. That you can create a. You must create a dynamic custom form. You can, in your application, if your application needs to create forms on the fly based on user input or external data, RTTI can be used to dynamically construct these forms, giving the opportunity to the user input some data. We also have UI testing. You can use RTTI to access and manipulate form components during automated testing. This allows for the creation of tests that interact with the UI without hard-coding component names and properties. Is a situation as well. User configurable forms. Applications that allow end users to customize their interface can benefit from RTTI. Users can define form layouts and components, which the application then constructs dynamically. Themes and schemes. Implementing dynamic themes or schemes where the form appearance and behavior can be altered based on the user preference or configurations is other situation that you can use a dynamic custom form. Dynamic inspection. Tools and features that require inspecting forms and the properties at runtime, such as debugging utilities or property inspectors, can leverage RTTI for detailed introspection. For example, you can create a custom object inspector to inspect some components in the form, in the screen, giving all the information that you need. So, and if you can create components as well using RTTI, so the sky is the limit. And also we have RRM and data binding, frameworks that provide object relation and mapping or complex data binding mechanisms often use RTTI to dynamically bind form components to data source. Okay, so it's very RRM. I see some RRMs using RTTI. It's common as well. So there's a lot of situations that you can create dynamic custom forms. Now I'm gonna pass some final tips to conclude. Okay. The first one: evaluate performance to avoid excessive calls to routines that use RTTI. Be careful if you are using many routines that using RTTI, in that case can be affect the performance of your system. So always evaluate, be careful, okay? When you are developing for multi-platform mobile, consider that some features may be different, okay? If I have to if I have to make some presentation with mobile, it's going to be a different presentation because the features can be different, okay? Keep code readable and well documented. And yes, this is for RTTI is a very good tip, is a very good advice, because let's look these functions here. Okay, this is not a complex routine. Okay, I show you all the details here, I explain everything, but imagine if you have to rewrite to adjust something and you don't know uh, all the specs, all this routine. It can be tricky if you don't have uh, the documentation and specification of these routines. So be careful, okay? keep code readable and well documented. It's your routines with RTTI is gonna be okay with that. Be careful when you are using RTTI in different versions of Delphi. The behaviors and features of RTTI may be different in other versions of Delphi. So keep in mind that. And also be careful when you're using RTTI with threads. Must be used with thread safe, critical section, for example. Otherwise, the RTTI will not work properly. It's gonna be tricky. So always use thread safe, critical section, for example, or don't use if you are using some routines with use threads, using separate, something like that. Okay, I'm gonna show you the other examples in the project right here. All these examples in my project I show you before in the slides. Okay, the first one we have the typecast. Okay, the typecast here verifies if a sender is a T button. If it is, change the caption of this T button. Okay. The next one is a class information, which reads the information of the property. First of all, the name, my property, and then the property value. The JSON, okay, with both functions, the serialized object and the deserialized object. In the end, we show you on the screen the property names with the data coming from the JSON data string format, okay, with the first name and the last name. The dynamic form that I showed you before, and the clear edits, which this routine here verify all the edits in the form and clear as well, no matter what. Clear as well. Okay. So the reason that I taught the RTTI is because I see many developers not knowing the full potential of RTTI, okay, and I see many projects that could be using RTTI and I'm not using. Some projects, some projects could be useful, have some features, some systems have some features of RTTI. So I hope that this presentation here makes sense to you, gives some ideas to RTTI, okay, to when use RTTI. I hope that may help in your journey with RTTI, okay. This is the end of my presentation. Thanks for the attention. Thanks for the opportunity to participate here. Now we're gonna do a Q&A, a live, and yeah, and also I have to. I'm gonna mention that all these examples here, the project is gonna be on my GitHub profile. I'm gonna share with you in the Q&A. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you for the attention. Let's go to Q&A. Okay.
Well, I'm going to say it a little bit quietly in case you all turned your volume down. Okay, we're too late now. If I blow your ears off, I gave you a fair warning. Okay, well, the good news is Gustavo is live in the studio with me. Hi there. Let me just make you appear. Ka-ching, there you go. How are you doing?
Everything good?
Yeah. Do you know, there's something about Aquasoft's recording that it's the second one where the audio was a bit quiet. I don't know what it is, because you guys are really...
Yes. Because it's strange, because when I play the video here, it's everything fine. Don't know what's happened.
It happens. It's not. Often it's nothing to do with you. It's to do with the content and the platform we use. I think it's a bit annoying. Let me just. I'm going to put that up. That's actually a link to Aquasoft, which is the company you work for. Is that right?
Yes. John Mai as well. He's my boss. So.
Oh, is he? I didn't know he was your boss, but I knew you all worked together. I wasn't quite sure what the dynamic was. I have to say, I think there's 3 of you from Aquasoft, maybe more, who are presenting, and all of you are excellent. You're all really good developers, and
thank you.
You really know your stuff. I did have a couple of questions that came up. Well, look, talking of Dion, he says it was a great session, so he was watching what was going on.
He's suspicious to tell, but
yeah, he has to say it as well, doesn't he? But Aquasoft is one of our, I think, your tech partner, as well as being a consultancy company as well in Brazil. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, we work as with outsourcing projects as well, allocating clients that needs our expertise in Delphi. So,
are you going to the Embarcadero Brazil conference in September?
Yes.
I'll meet you.
Yes. I would take a selfie with you.
But you know what? There'll be a lot of people doing that, but yes, it will be fantastic. Definitely have a selfie.
It's your first time. Sure. It's your first time in Brazil?
Yes, I've not been before. No. Jim's been twice, I think, maybe more, Jim McKeith, but no, I've not been before to Brazil.
You're gonna feel like a rock star in there.
Everybody says this, and they always go, "Oh, you'll love Brazil. It's so fantastic." I'm like, okay, well, I believe you.
And how is your Portuguese?
Huh?
And how's your
Portuguese? Yes. Really lousy. I can say bom dia, and 10 mais was the other phrase I learned the other day, and AI or something like. I can't remember. I started to learn it, and then I thought, do you know what? I reckon I'll just have to rely on people speaking English.
That's okay.
Do you know,
I remember to see one day this on Instagram, Jim McKeith using the app Duolingo to learn Portuguese.
That's exactly what I did. And you know what? I discovered that Microsoft's Translate app is very, very good. If you haven't seen it before, you can get it on. You put it in between you, or you both have it on your phone. I speak in English, and it will show on your phone in Portuguese. really clever app. And
But
likewise, if you speak Portuguese, it will show me in English. It's actually quite common over here in Texas to find someone who only speaks Spanish, because there's a very heavy Mexican and Latin American population. So, you know, where I lived before, I had some guy come and stop, and he was lost. And I've moved now, but we lived out in the country, and he spoke no English, and I could understand some of his Spanish, but most of it was like, he was crazy, you know. And I got the app out, and we were able to find out what he was talking about. And he was just saying, I have my friend, I need to pick them up. I've lost them, I don't know where they are, and here's the address. And I could actually, you know, with this app, it's a really, and it was AI, you know, the app. So it was a really good use of AI to just kind of bring the world together a little bit, you know. So.
Okay, very
But
good.
everybody, I know a lot of Brazilian developers, and they always say, Ian, you're going to love Brazil. And I'm like, hey, I've been to a lot of countries. I'm prepared to find out.
Cool.
So I pinned a few questions. Let me see. Delphi Espino says, greetings from Mexico. Thank you for showing our RSTTI. So there you go. We were just talking about Mexico as well. Yeah. And another person, Paul Jackson, said you get Aqua Studio with an architect license. That's actually true. We have a deal with I think to if you buy Rad Studio Architect, then you can get a license for Aqua Studio, which I think if they scan that code, they'll go to the website and they can read all about what Aqua Studio is, which is an excellent app as well. And what else have we got? Right, so Pete Rios said it was a great pace to follow along. So you know,
with RTTI, we have to go real slow to everyone knows what we're talking about and to fully understand.
Yeah, it can, and also when you're talking about a subject, which I would say that RTTI is kind of advanced, it's not really something that a beginner in Delphi would do. It's after you've been doing it for a few years, then maybe, but not. And I think that it's one of these things where actually once you start to use it, it's not so difficult. But when you first come across it, it's kind of, you know, confusing, and you sort of think, well, I don't know, you know, I don't really understand. So, but actually, there's a link there as well that goes to your GitHub repository with the source code on as well. So, you know, it's worth looking at. Now, what was the other question? Will these code examples be up on GitHub? Yes. Scan that code, and it will go to your GitHub repository. Paul Jackson asks this question, which I don't know whether you know the answer to this, because if you're a Delphi guy, maybe you don't.
Yeah, I'm not a C++ builder guy.
Yeah, my understanding is that there are things that translate across, but C++ is quite different. The runtime library is the runtime library, and there are facilities, but I would need to get someone who's, you know, someone like David Millington or someone to answer those questions, because he would be able to go, yes, it's 20% or 100% or whatever. So I'm sorry, Paul, the answer is we don't know off the top of our heads, but we do have some C++ guys in next week. I think there's a few sessions on C++, and we'll ask that question there and see what they have to say for themselves. And do you want to just talk for a moment about what the Aquadata product is, actually? Because I think it might be worth explaining, because someone was saying, oh, you get it free with Architect, but what is it that it does?
I think that I don't have
Aquadata Studio, I think they're talking about.
I think I don't have the right answer for that. The Aquadata.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, maybe Dion can answer that question next time I see him.
He's gonna be. I think tomorrow. I think.
Yeah. I'll ask him then, because I know Aquadata Studio. I have to say I've not used it myself, but my understanding is it's kind of like a desktop app for managing all sorts of types of data and stuff like that. So I honestly don't know the answer because I haven't used it. So there's a question neither of us can answer. Great. that happens now and again. What you know, I don't know whether you can answer this question, but
Okay.
you know, we have so many good developers in Brazil. I mean, there are a lot. And not only are there a lot of excellent developers and lots of excellent MVPs, but you're all quite young. You're not like me, like lost your hair and starting to look like the world has beaten you up.
That's why, because I have this beard to not look so young.
Well, it's not an insult, but I think like Dion's quite young as well, and all the rest of you. What is it? Do you think is the secret of Brazil being so successful in producing so many good Delphi developers? Do you think it? Because I understand it's taught in schools there. Is that right?
Yes. When I was more young, I make a technical course of TI. So in that time, Delphi was the language that the school are using to teach how to program. So I think today they changed to Java, I think.
Yeah.
But in that time, it's 2007, 2008. I learned Delphi in that school and other languages as well, but Delphi was the first one. And I think in the colleges as well, at that time was very popular.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
there's this generation of my age who, because there's this generation with my age that knows Delphi because of that, because in that time Delphi was teaching the schools.
Yeah, and in fact, that is happening again. We have a guy over there, Landerson Gomez.
Yes, I know him.
Yeah, everybody knows Landerson. He seems to be very prolific over there, and he's a great guy as well. I really like Landerson, but he is one of the people that coordinates the educational programs, and we're having some success getting back into colleges that went, oh, let's look at something more interesting like Java, and then going, wait, it's really not quite the same. And you know, Delphi in some of the indexes and that is actually rising back up again. We seem to be making a little bit of an indent into popularity, which is a good thing. I mean, it's never going to be right now. It's not going to be like the days of Borland where, everybody knew Turbo Pascal and, all these kind of languages. But that doesn't mean to say that we give up. And we certainly seem to be having some success in getting people to adopt it again, because, sessions like yours and sessions like Conrad's before and sessions yesterday, like the app that I showed this morning, where it's an app in the Android App Store written in Delphi using the free edition of RAD Studio, actually, which I'll put the link up again.
Yes,
using the community.
I think we are the scenery are changing. It's not the same. I was frequently asked, Delphi is dead. Delphi is
nonsense.
Exists.
Yeah.
But this question, I don't get. I don't have this question anymore. So I think.
I think I mean, it's my job to make sure that people don't ask that question anymore. But I think, joking apart, the stuff that we do with the cross-platform with Android and iOS and that has made a big difference. And I think that, I'm not going to try and claim that we are going to be number one. But in the TIOB index, we went from number 15 to number 11. That's only one more step. In fact, we are actually higher than many of the other languages. And there's only one more step until we're in the top 10 again. And I will do everything I can to keep pushing that. And someone said, well, that index is not very representative. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. It's based on available questions, source code repositories, YouTube videos, events like this, and I'm working very hard to make absolutely sure that people know the benefits of the products. I keep saying I'm not trying to sell them anything, but I am trying to show them everything. Big difference. Here is what you can do with Rad Studio, and guys like you and Dion and all the others really help with that, because you know you're not an old man with grey hair and a beard. You know, you're young. You choose to use Delphi for what you do, and there's a good reason for that. So, you know, I'm very grateful to people like yourself and all of the guys and girls at Aquadata. There's quite a few. I mean, you've got 3 or 4 MVPs, I think, at least, work for Aquadata, and maybe more. I don't know, but I shall be looking forward to September the 5th, when the Embarcadero Brazil conference is on. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I might get mobbed as I walk in the door. Yeah. Oh my god.
Rockstar.
Yeah. I always say to people, I mean, it's very important that whilst people see my face on YouTube a lot and they see me on conferences like this, it's important to realize that I'm just the public face of hundreds of people behind the scenes.
Yes.
People like you, you know, and MVPs and all the others, but also the team at Embarcadero, producer Martha, who's got a very important meeting to go to shortly. I know, she told me. I won't say what it is, but it's an interesting one. But producer Martha works very hard and very long hours to get these things out. But we do it because we believe in the product, and guys like you help us get that message out. And I really appreciate the time that you put in. I know that an hour-long video or a half-hour video or 45-minute video, it is 3 or 4 times that time for you to get to the point where you can record that. I know how much effort goes into that, and I really appreciate it, because it's not simple. You don't just turn up and do it. You know, it's a lot of effort.
I wish I could, but
yeah, well, who doesn't? You know.
But
anyway,
thank you for the opportunity. It's great to be on this event. So it's my pleasure as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, and it's a pleasure to have you as well. So, you know, I think it's brilliant. Okay, so we're gonna probably say goodbye until September the 5th. Then I'll see you there, and we'll shake hands and say hi. And yes, we'll do lots of selfies and things like that as well.
Yeah, sure we do.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Gustavo. See you soon.
Thank you, Ian.
No worries. So that was Gustavo from Brazil, Aquadata, and we have got another session coming up. Let me just get my bits and bobs in a line. So I'll hide that, and let me go to my captions. So the next session is from a good friend of mine, and those of you in the chat will already know who he is. And actually, AKA X says hello from France, which is very appropriate, because this is using the SVG images in Delphi from Patrick. I'm not going to play the video just yet, but Patrick Prematan is our Spirit of Delphi award winner. Just to explain what that is, go to our blog site and you'll see a link that describes that. But every year we pick someone who we believe not only is a champion of Delphi, but actually went the extra mile, you know, the extra yard. And in fact, even as we speak, Patrick is putting things in the background. You know, he's answering questions, and this is what he does. Patrick, I don't ask him to do this; he does this voluntarily. But Patrick turns up repeatedly, over and over again, to our conferences and answers questions in the forums completely, you know, of his own volition. And you should remember that Patrick is French, and English is not his first language. You know, he answers the questions in English as well. I understand French fairly well. I can speak some French, but I feel like a child when I speak French. Comme un petit enfant. But I admire how much effort Patrick puts in. He streams on Twitch as well, and like I say, answers all these questions. He's a real diamond. As Richard Dawkins says, "Go Patrick, allez Patrick." He's a great guy. But his session coming up is using SVGs in Delphi, and I think we'll roll it now. And Patrick, are you joining us live? Can you answer that in the question? I've got you down as yes, but I thought you said you wouldn't, so maybe you're not, but we shall see. But anyway, this is oh, hang on, Martha, where's his video? I don't see it. Oh, hang on a moment. Let me just might have to swap some videos around. Just 1 second. Okay. Martha went off to do something else. There you go. I can do it now. Okay, so this is This is using SVG images in Delphi by Patrick Premontin. See you afterwards.
Use SVG images in Delphi. Modernize your UIs. Hello, I'm Patrick Premartin, MVP Embarcadero writer, editor, freelance developer, and trainer. Also Twitch streamer. You have my bio links and contact information on vassure.fr/gravatar. Agenda. Why using vector graphics in your programs? Why SVG? Some techniques for using SVG images in Delphi, and of course an introduction and conclusion. With the introduction of Skia and Skia for Delphi pre-installed since version 12 Athens and the community edition updates this summer, I thought it important to remind you that you can replace bitmaps with vectors in all your Delphi projects when you grad them. Of course, this may take some time depending on the project and the number of images used. But it's up to you to decide whether you'd prefer to do it gradually now or as a matter of urgency in 5 to 10 years' time. Why using vector graphics in your programs? Bitmap images have a fixed size. Scaling is complicated to manage without degrading the image. This change of scale is a reality. Simply activate the screen zoom or let the software automatically adapt to the resolution of your user's screens. Images, icons, and all the user interface can become blurred, droll, or have ugly outlines in certain circumstances. Looks are an important factor in software appreciation. It should be taken into account. This is one of the reasons for the success of restyling many software programs, in addition to adapting them to the operating system theme to improve the life and view of your users. Unlike bitmap images, vector images are redrawn in proportion to their display size, ideally in physical pixels rather than logical pixels. They are always impeccable, provided they are not too detailed and displayed at a too small size. Interface icons can be replaced in Delphi by vector images in both VCL and FireMonkey. Why SVG? HVG files are based on the scalable vector graphics specifications published by the W3C in 2001. This format is open, in plain text, described in XML, freely generatable and usable, unlike other proprietary formats like Adobe Illustrator. You have a link to Wikipedia on the bottom of the page to see what is SVG and how to use it. Like many things related to the web, some things start out simple can quickly become complicated. There are several versions of SVG. Skia doesn't support SCSS integrated version, but there is no need to worry about mixing shapes, curves, and vector paths. If you are exporting files from Adobe Illustrator, set the export to format attributes instead of internal CSS or embedded style. This problem should not arise with Inkscape or Affinity. The SVG format is available in most vector graphics software. Many sites offer vector image banks available in SVG. There is no reason to use any other format for your software, especially now that it's almost natively supported in Delphi. If you are using an older version of Delphi and can't yet upgrade to a newer version, you have other options. I made a review of what exists in January 2020. It's available in French on my blog. It's easily translated by your browsers. The link is on the side. Some techniques for using SVG images in Delphi. With that out of the way, let's get down to the nitty-gritty of code and components. First one, tsvg icon image list from EFEA, a descendant of tcustom image list, an SVG file container that can use Skia, image 32, and other implementations, works like a image list. This component is available in GitHub and get it. You just have to install it from Getit or go to the GitHub repository at this address and download it. And after that, install the package. You have an install help on the repository. In this sample, I installed it as a submodule on my repository and installed the package. The package includes two components, an icon image component and an icon image list component. The icon image list is a tcustom list descendant. You can use it in your VCL and FireMonkey applications with every component using image list classic. The SVG icon image is a component where you can show an SVG file. In this sample, I used an SVG icon image list. I loaded a lot of SVG files. You have them on the repository in the asset folder. It's a Creative Commons license. You have the classic properties like the width and the height of the image list. In this case, I added buttons on the bottom of the page with an icon on each one. The icon is of course connected to the icon image list. I added the style book to have a dark style, to have a better contrast. Let me start the program. Here it is. I have icons on my buttons. It's of course SVG images, and you can change the image from the image list. In my case, the image list has a size, and of course it depends on where you use it. I change it in the program, and the other information and code is simple. First, the buttons are linked to first, last, previous, and next methods, where I only change the index of the image on the screen. It's a glyph because I am in a FireMonkey project. which is linked to the image list component, and has an image index classic. The second sample is a component for a FireMonkey project, the tpath. We have more than one class named tpath in FireMonkey and the RTL. It comes from fmx.graphics unit. This sample is here. I have a tpath component from the shape category of component here. This component has a property data, where you have a data field. If you want to change the value, you have to set data here by code or use a wizard. I did the same thing in this project than the previous one, but I used other icons. In the first one, I filled the image list with files, which are stored in the DFM. In the second sample, I used a class generated by Sean Roselt. You'll have the links with the PDF. And it's bootstrap icons, where we have 4,000 icons in the file. This file is used in my program here, and I simply use the get bootstrap icon pass data to get the pass part of the SVG files. Here is the SVG source, where you can find a pass tag. You have just to copy that in the tpath data property to show it. It's what I do. To go previous, next, and other one, I check the array length. In this case, it's a const. And here we have the icons from Bootstrap. The tpath components don't show SVG images. Other thing, like in every component in FireMonkey, you can click on the tpath, but only filled parts of the path are clicked. If I click on in the inner circle, nothing happens. If I click on the orange part or black, the on-click of the tpath will be raised. Next sample, the TSKSVG component from Skia for Delphi to display an NSVG on screen. When you install Skia for Delphi or use the Delphi 12 Athens version of Delphi or C++ Builder, you have Skia for Delphi installed by default. You only have to activate it on your project here. If you do this, you can use Skia components, which are prefixed by TSK something, and you find some of them. A label with multi-styles for the text, paintbox, animated paintbox, and animated image. In my case, I use a TSK SVG component. This component is in client alignment, and I have the same buttons on the bottom of the form. in the grid panel layout. In this sample, I used another icon list from Sean Roselt 2. It's the U feather icons, another open source library. And the code is the same as previous, except that I don't fill a tpass data but a tsk svg source property with the entire code of the svg, not only a part of it. In this case, I can show the original colors of the image and parts. Let's move on to some code to support things not available in current implementations. For game, I needed to change the display size proportion and add some margin in the image itself. So I created some units and a tool. This tool is the SVG folder to Delphi unit, which allow you to get all SVG in a folder to create an array in a Delphi unit. The program is very simple. One button. You choose the folder where you have the images. Like this one, you select it. It creates a unit. So you have to specify the name of the unit. In my case, I have already created it. And you click Save. It generates the units. I created 3 samples with this. Let me show you one of them. In the repository, you'll have assets folder with 2 KNL selection of SVG and 1 from Pictogrammers. Pictogrammers is a website which name was materialdesignicons.com in the past. In my case, I didn't generate the images, the unit in the folder, but in the sample folder for the program. Here. Yep. I have 1 unit per folder. And the content of the unit in simple, we have const with the ID of the image in the list, so you can use the name of the file instead of its ID. Very useful if you regenerate the unit. You have an enumeration with the name and the same value, of course. And a class, if you want to access it with the type, instead of name or other things. If you want to use help code insight, it's better to use a class. Finally, you have an array, not a const in my case, but an array. I think I'll change in the future, but it will be transparent for existing code. The program generates all this code. You only have to use it. And to use it, we can use a unit I put in Developer Pascal libraries repository on GitHub, this one, where we have in src source folder unit olf skia svg to bitmap.pass. This unit has a class and a function you can use independently. The class uses the function here. If you use the function, you get a bitmap from an SVG by using Skia. You need Skia for in VCL or FMX projects, so activate it in your project. But you get a bitmap and it's calculated each time you call it. If you use the class, you have to register your SVG in the class with the add item method and simply use bitmap or bitmap without with no cache if you want to get a bitmap. Here are some samples. The first one, SVG to bitmap. I only use the function. It's the same look, but of course not the same code. I use an image and I fill the bitmap of the image. To do this, I have the first, last, previous and next procedure like in the previous case. I added an index and a count properties to my class because I work with an array and I didn't want to check the values each time, so I fill the pass count one time. No, not in this sample, but I store the index to work easily. So the first, next, and other things change only the pass index between 0 and pass count -1. And when I change the index with the property, the writer show the image. So I get a bitmap from the SVG to bitmap function of my class, my unit. Here. I give the size in integer and the source SVG. Bitmap scale in FireMonkey, nothing in the VCL, and margins. I show a sample with margins just after that. This generates a bitmap. You have to put it in the image bitmap on your screen with assign or another solution. And in my case, SVG to bitmap regenerate a new bitmap each time, so I have to free it. The SVG to bitmap is a simple function which calculates the size of the final image with or without the bitmap scale and call scadraw on the bitmap I've created with a good size, which is a method given by Skia for Delphi to create an image from a SVG source. And after that, I add margins and change some things depending on if I am on VCL or FireMonkey projects. So, just use it to have a bitmap from an SVG with a good size, the good resolution, and sometimes margins around the generated image. By default, an SVG is centered in the container. I execute the program. We have pipes from a game I created previous in Julie. And that's all. With the next sample, I use the margins to show the same SVG images, but with a good place for them. So, let's go in the program, or to the program. I added a flow layout here to add images on the screen side by side. An image here is only there to get the bitmap scale of the screen. We have other solutions to do this, but it's a simpler one, so I use it. And two buttons, with or without margins. I show you the result and we'll see the code just after that. Without margins, I have pipes. SVG images centered but fit in the container. So each image by 32 or 64 pixels for each side is drawn in the image. Of course, if you have icons on buttons, it's okay. If you have images which have to fit or connect to other images, you have to draw the good size. I use the good size for each image. I added margins to fix that. In the same code, but for each image, I know what is the margin I have to apply, and it's calculated by the function I show you. I use the puzzle assets file generated by SVG folder to Delphi unit. The same unit for converting bitmap to SVG, SVG to bitmap. And it's with the margin, without margins. The without margins here is the same code than previous one, except I create an image each time I have an image to an SVG in the array. In previous sample, I change the image on the screen. Here, I add an image each time. So I create an instance for entice, I put it in the flow layout, specify the size. It's square, so the same size for the height and the width, and I generate a bitmap with the same code than previous one. It's okay if the image don't have to connect to each other. In my case, I need to change the position of some pipes, some SVG in the same square array. So I added margins like that. It's the same code except this part. I set the default margin to 0, the default value, and calculate for each pipe the the margin for top, left, right, and bottom to apply before drawing the picture. When I call SVG to bitmap, I add the margin in percent. Values are between 1 and 100. And in SVG to bitmap, I calculate the size of each part. First step is to calculate the width and the height we have to use for the SVG. So I apply a calcul to the needed width and height, and I only have the container, the real size of the SVG. If I have a margin here, in this case, I get, in the two cases, I generate the bitmap from the SVG, but with a good size, with or without margins. If I have no margin, I return the bitmap. If I have a margin, I create a new bitmap, inside which I draw the bitmap from the SVG. So I have an empty bitmap, I copy the SVG bitmap in it, and it's this one which is returned. Of course, I have a code for SVG, for FireMonkey and VCL, because the bitmaps are not the same component, and the size and width are integer in one case and singles in the other. Next step is to use the bitmap in something like a list, like a image list. I created a class where I store the source code of SVG I want to use and show it in this sample. Here I add puzzle assets, input prompts or pictogrammers icons. Of course, for the pipes, I use the with margin properties. For the code, in the unit, I use the three units generated by the program from SVG folders, and I register the arrays in the list managed by the TOLF SVG bitmap list in the same unit as in previous. Sample here. The add item has more than one implementation. I can specify a list number and give the SVG for one SVG or the array, or the SVG or a list and the array. If I want to create a new list, I need to add a list which gives us the ID of the list. In my case, I register all arrays in the same list, the default one. It has to be done only once for each program. And in the startup, of course, because I need the list and SVG when I show them. And to show the content, for example, with the input prompt, I simply use the tsvg input prompt, which is the class I generated for the input prompt svg files, where I have a count property and an svg property function and an svg function which returns the svg source. I generate a new image and I get a bitmap from the list with a good size and the good ID with bitmap scale and other things. In this case, the bitmap is with a cache, so it returns only a reference to the stored bitmap. You don't have to free it. Just assign it, you get a copy, and it works fine. If you free it, you'll have access violation during closing the program. The second button with the pictogrammers is the same, except I use the pictogrammers list instead of the tsvg input prompt list. And in the third case, I add the margins and use the same method, bitmap, with the same parameters, but added the margins parameters. I have two samples as bonuses where I create an animation from SVG images, like we do with the bitmap list animation, which is available in FireMonkey. The bitmap animation allows us to change the bitmap or its parent component, and the bitmap list animation can use a sprite sheet to change automatically images in a bitmap. I created something inspired by that. In my case, I had images from Adobe stock with coins on them, and wanted to rotate them. The images were available in Adobe Stock. I only exported the SVG files from each part of the images, generated the source with my program, and created a T-frame with the animation. This frame is classic. I have the frame, a timer to change the images, and an image as client. In this sample, I have a gold, argent, and bronze images, 3 different. So I added a type to choose which one I want to show. This sample is not available because Adobe Stock images are licensed and don't allow to be shared, to share them as it. I can't share it on GitHub with the SVG files, so I didn't share this sample and created another one just after. I have a coin ID. It's the index of the image, the frame in the animation. Auto reverse allow to change, like in a float animation component, if you know them in FireMonkey. If you don't know them, look at them, it's very useful. Duration of the animation in seconds. Inverse, to have the animation in one direction and the other. And loop, like in float animation component. My coin type. I know if it started or not. I repaint the coin and I start or stop the animation. When I execute the program, we can stop or start the animation, use auto reverse, or use inverse if I want. Of course, I can change the duration. It's funny, 2 hours of code to generate that. 2 hours of coding to generate that. It's relatively simple to code this. I can share the source code without the SVG if you want to show it. Just ask me for the sample. You have another sample which I share on Delphi FMX game snippets repository, where I used Kenny NL animation for a person to walk on screen. For this sample, I used the same T-frame and adapted it. This source code can be shared because Kenny allows sharing its game assets. So I generated a file with 8 frames of the animation. I used the previous T-frame and adapted it for this content, and changed, removed the coin type, and changed the constants in by the count and other things from the new SVG list. Except that it's the same code, and for the main form, you have only a switch to start and stop the animation. This timer is the timer from the frame. If I add two person, I can, because it's a T-frame. And we can use this. We can use this in games or real programs. I don't want to say games are not real programs, but you can use it, of course, with other bitmaps or other SVG in your real project to show parts, needed fields or other things in your user interface. This code works in FMX, and you can adapt it to VCL because it's only images and Skia to generate the bitmap. That's all for the samples. As we have just seen, Delphi and the open source community offer classic solutions to display vector images in form design, but we can also do whatever we want with code. Skia also offers to open other images as standard format transparently in the usual display component like WebP, animated WebP, Lottie, and other formats. It's very useful. You can use it in VCL and FireMonkey project. Look at it. And look at the presentations Jim Makis and Ian Barker did available on Embarcadero YouTube channel. It's very interesting about this library. Here are some links to the presentation and the source. The first one is to get the samples. I let you copy them if you want. Here are the images, Kenny, for some of the game assets. Pictogrammers, which has a lot of SVG icons available for free with an open license, and the repositories from Sean Roselt with numerous icons available in GitHub. Here are some use of these components, libraries, and others in my games. The two last one, Sporglow and Plumetrees. Just to show you Plumetrees, if I can start it. It's a Tetris with pipes. Of course, available for free from my GitHub account and to download if you want from itch.io or gamewolf.fr website. You have also a link to Gamewolf FMX Game Starter Kit, which I presented last week. I wish you all the best for your user interface makeover. Good luck for this amount of work. Thank you for your attention. See you soon. And bye bye.
Oh, love it. Patrick is a, he's an incredibly talented developer, and he's a streamer, and we're going to show you some of the other things he does as well, but he's taking a chance and joining us live in the studio. And so I get to say in person, salut Patrick!
Guten Abend!
Ça va?
Hello Yann! Hello everybody.
Okay, so we go back to English, I think. So you had lots of really great comments from people, and someone saying, "Oh, I love his accent." I don't know whether they're joking, but as you said, thanks. My legendary accent won't be the same for tomorrow's session. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. I say this about people because we have, Brazilians on, and we have, Mexicans, and I don't know how people keep up with me if English is not their first language. Because I think it was you that said once that when you watch Jim and myself talk together, it is your English lessons. Was it
Yes.
you that said? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, it's because Jim and I both talk quite quickly, I think, and it can be difficult for people to
Yeah,
get.
but it's a good training because when we show TV series, it's not the same,
No,
even in English.
no. Well, my daughter studied Korean at university. Yeah, that's a hard language. She did go on to do art instead, so I think her brain melted. But my wife likes K-drama, which is Korean. It's soap opera kind of stuff, and love stories and stuff. But even though it's available in English, she watches it in Korean with English subtitles. So I don't know. I guess hearing it spoken out loud helps you understand the emotion in someone's voice instead of a thing. So yeah, it's really good. Pete Rios, he's a fan. He said the awesome session so far. He loved what you did, and Gustavo was trying very hard to get you to go to Brazil, which is
Yeah, but not this year.
yeah,
I
it's a
can't.
long flight. I know because I'm going on September the 5th, and even for me from the United States is like 13 hours. I think my outgoing flight or something. So it's almost as bad as me going to France or Amsterdam. It was kind of a long distance, but yeah, he wants you to take a vacation, so that's good. And people asked about your examples, which I did put some links up. If you go to Patrick on GitHub, there's lots of examples there. And also, this is a sign of the kind of guy you are. You can also, if you like Twitch, go and follow Patrick on Twitch. But even more than that, no, that's not enough to have just those websites.
Mhm.
He also runs the Delphi Books website as well.
Yeah, with a lot of change before the end of month.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah. I mean, it's pretty incredible. And in fact, what I'm going to do is just share my screen because I want people to see some of the things that you get up to because you do a lot. I'm just going to hide us for a second. I think I can do that somehow. Yeah, let me see. I think we can do it this way. Woo! There you go. So it's kind of cool, isn't it? So this is the Delphi Books website. For those of you that don't know about it, Patrick works very hard on this. Although he would say not, but I know you put a lot of effort into this. That's right, isn't it? And basically, if there's a Delphi book out there, Patrick has probably included it on this site. Absolutely everything. And not only, is it full of content for Delphi developers, and you really should scan that barcode or go to delphi-books.com, which you can see here. But it's not just that you've put the content on there, but it looks really great as well. I mean, what a great design with the covers. I think it's one of the better sites I've seen for books anywhere, not just Delphi Books.
Oh, thanks. It was a template, but yes, a good template.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's a template, but even so, you can make it look good. And of course, there he is. He looks very much like he does now, without the crazy owls in the background. He was explaining why he has those. It's to do with green screens. But this is his GitHub. And then, of course, if you want to, if you're a Twitch fan, and I really suggest that you do, I've deliberately remained logged out, otherwise things start auto-playing when I'm logged in. But this is Patrick's Twitch website as well, his Twitch stream. You stream in French, but you're streaming Delphi code. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I try English sessions after tomorrow talk.
Right.
Because what I show about gaming and creating games needs some English explanation after that. And
Yeah.
I try to code.
I watch it when you're speaking French, and I have it on in the background, and it's fine by me because I can understand it. So, but I know not everybody speaks French. But I always say this: it doesn't matter what human language people speak. When they see the code, it will still make sense because apart from the variable names, which usually are in the developer's language, the actual code itself is universal. A class is a class in any language, and using the IDE, the shortcuts, even if the IDE comes up in French, you can still understand what's happening. So, I think that's really worth mentioning, and you do a really good job of it. I'm very, we wanted you to be the Spirit of Delphi award winner. And when I discussed it with my colleagues at Embarcadero, because there were program managers and people like that get involved in having a vote, everybody said yes. Everyone was, oh, brilliant choice. Yes. So, well done. You really have made an impact. You represent what an MVP is about. I really mean this. I think I've said this to you in person as well, but an MVP is someone who genuinely likes the programming language, and I know you like Delphi because you use it all the time. But also that is a champion and tries to go out of their way to educate people on the benefits of the language, and you really do that. I know this session today was about SVGs, but this is only one of the many times I've seen you, coding and doing things in code to explain to people, and I think it's really good of you. I really appreciate what you do. I'm not just saying that. We've met in person and we've sat and had lunch together and things like that, and I consider us friends, and I think that it's not just that. I think sometimes it's important to catch someone doing something right, and you're doing things right. You're doing it the right way, and we really appreciate it. Embarcadero as a company appreciate your efforts.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's good. Now, I didn't know about that. What did you call it? Plumetrix, was it?
Plumetrix, yes.
Yeah, I didn't know
Plume
about
for
that
plumber and Tris for Tetris.
Yeah, so Tetrix for plumbers. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that was very interesting. I hope that people go along and take a look at that game, because it shows some kind of innovative ideas to manipulate SVGs, because I'm guessing when people press the key, does it flip the SVG or something like that? Or yeah. So you rotate.
It's a trick. We have the whole rotation.
Okay, so you're orientating it. Yeah,
but we can rotate the bitmaps in FireMonkey. It's easy with the rotation property.
Yeah, of course there's an orientation, and yeah, so what you're saying is you rotate them and the orientation. So yeah, okay, well, hey, it works. I mean, it's like a lot of these games. I remember that I read, I think it was Steve Jobs's biography, and in there, Walter Isaacson, who wrote it, talks about Steve Jobs' early days, apart from when he was a child. I mean, his early days as a programmer, and he worked on Breakout. I think it was Breakout, and it was pretty much the same. That it wasn't anything complicated, but the result was good. And sometimes it's not just about doing clever trickery, but actually being able to do something straightforward but well. And I think your code demonstrates that put together some techniques and some knowledge, and you get a good game out of it.
I try to do simple things with some effects.
Yeah, well, you do, and I'm not just saying this. I mean, I mean it. You do, and every time, everybody who is on this webinar now, because most of the people that are around at the moment, and there's quite a few, but a lot of these people are what we call frequent flyers. So they're like people that are quite often at our webinars and turn up, and you know the names, you recognize people like Pete Rios and all the others, but they will know that you're always there in the comments, answering the comments. Now, I want you to tell the truth. I haven't asked you to do that, have I?
I confirm.
I've never asked you to do it. You just do it. You know, you go ahead and you volunteer, and I'm sure it's fun as well. You get, you know, a lot of interaction with people. But again, it's just an example of the kind of guy you are. So, you know, you should be pleased with yourself.
But
Yeah.
like for Twitch, if I do this, it's because I enjoy.
Yeah.
Even if I don't have many viewers, but it's funny.
Well, we're going to try and do something about that. So, but I think as well that I don't think people understand as well how much there are very few people that would do live coding on streams. Jim will do it, I will do it, and Bruno from TMS prefers to do it live. But a lot of people don't go ahead and do that. They don't want to code live because they don't want to look silly and make a mistake. But actually, Jim said something yesterday. Sometimes making a mistake on a live stream and then fixing it is education in itself, because real programmers don't always get it right. And if you make a mistake and it shows an error, it's good to be able to go, oh, that wasn't working. So Einstein 8854, let's show that comment on the screen. He says, have you seen the eyes of the bird in screen of Patrick Prematin? Oh, I didn't notice that. They've got Delphi logos in them.
Of course.
Yeah.
Delphi background.
Yeah, I didn't see that before. You know, that's very cool. Yeah, Einstein. Einstein 8854, or we'll just call him Einstein, I think, or her. I don't actually. I'm assuming it's a guy, but you don't know. But always at these webinars and always coming along and saying hi to us and interacting. And I think you're like me. I like doing the webinars because I want people to learn about Rad Studio, but also because I do find it fun as well. It's nice to interact with people. It's nice to get people like you on and talk to as well and things like that as well. Excellent. Okay. Well, are there any final things you would like to say, or have you covered everything?
Except see you tomorrow. No.
Oh yes, what's your session tomorrow? I nearly
Like
forgot
games in
about
Delphi.
Yes, tomorrow at
Alors,
11 a.m.
just a spoiler.
Central Time. So that is
The second session, I think.
sorry.
It's the
Second session,
yes.
yes, second session. So that's 4 p.m. Central European Time, I think, or something like that. But sorry, UTC actually. But it will be 5 p.m. UK time, British Summer Time, and 11 a.m. US Central Time. But we'll make absolute certain everybody knows. We've had a few sessions about gaming, and it's good to see you've got one as well. So you'll be back tomorrow. Are you going to do a live chat tomorrow as well, or are you going to go, no, I'm not going to do it?
We can. If you have questions, it will be a pleasure.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, well, let's do that. Definitely. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to call it a day then. That way you get it's like 7 p.m. your time, isn't it?
For me, it's it's 9 p.m. Yeah.
Oh, 9 p.m.
France is,
so it's an hour for it, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you're in a different
Summer
region,
time.
I guess. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know. For the UK, it's 8 o'clock in the evening. So, and for me, it's 2 p.m. So it's easy with me. Okay. Well, thank you again. Merci always for everything you do, and I'll say à tout à l'heure.
Okay. Goodbye, everyone.
Yeah, and speak to you soon. Thanks a lot, Patrick. Bye-bye. Okay, so Patrick, he I know it sounds a bit gushing when I go, oh, you do so many good things and all the rest of it, but he really does. You know, he's a great guy. He's one of these, when you meet him in person, he's actually quite quiet. And he went to the Amsterdam Delphi Summit, and there was a table full of people like me. I think Marco Cantu might have been sitting, although I think Marco sneaked off and went to a posh restaurant somewhere, but we were all sitting together, and there was probably 5 or 6 MVPs sitting together, and there was a lot of chatting away. And Patrick is a very quiet guy generally anyway, and lots of people speaking very fast English. There were, I think, an Australian, 2 Brits, myself, who's British / American, a user called Pat, I think, who's flown all the way from America. He's a Delphi, just a regular Delphi developer. And I thought it must be, my wife was there as well, and it must be overwhelming with all these conversations going on. And I meant to mention to Patrick, by the way, whilst your video was playing, I was talking to my wife, and I said, "Oh, Patrick's streaming a video at the moment." She said, "Oh, is it Patrick?" Because she remembered Patrick. She met Patrick when we were in Amsterdam. So there you go. Anyway, Martha, I think it may or may not be around. I know she's got some other things to do. Given that she's, oh, you are here, Martha. Did we lose the Code Monkey video? Because I don't see it anymore in the normal place. I think we might have accidentally replaced it with something else. I'm talking, and we have our little, you can't see it, but there's a thing down here. She says, oh, yeah, we lost it. Okay, well, that's fine. We'll maybe find it another day if we've got it or something. So what I'm going to do, I'm not going to sing it. So what I want to say to everyone is thanks very much for joining us. That's it for today. We are back at the same time tomorrow. Patrick's doing smiley faces. Humble, says Pete Rios about Patrick. Yeah, I think that's very true. He's a very humble, decent guy, but he deserves recognition because he works extremely hard. Just like Martha, producer Martha, who's in the background as well. She does her own bit, doesn't write any code, mind, but oh, okay, he can share it to us again. Yeah, I'll have a word with him. The same, we can get hold of the Code Monkey video and all that. I've got the audio and everything in the program, but his video is kind of cool. So that's it, everybody. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. US Central Time. Right now, if you're watching live, it is 2 p.m. US Central Time. So do the math if you can, or look it up on the internet. The sessions tomorrow are Firestore Cloud Database with Christoph Schneider. He is a Swiss developer. Making games in Delphi 2024 edition with Patrick, who you just saw, Patrick Permantin. Yuri Bertoldi is at noon, boosting development in Delphi with GitHub Actions and ChatGPT. We've then got a gap, which I might fill with another session, or I might do something myself live, do some live coding and make a fool of myself. Why not? And then at 2 p.m. US Central Time, adding logging to your application in 5 minutes. This is with Juan Castillo. And we've got a video from him, which I'm going to make sure the audio is correct, because there's something to do with Brazilian audio that is making it be a bit weird. Actually, is that correct? Hang on. Oh, actually, no, that is correct. Yeah, okay. Yeah, oh, sorry, our schedule's a bit messed up. I apologize to the website. We had an issue with the Code Gear website. It's a DNS issue, and apparently it affected a few different people, not just us. But that's the way these things go. I will make sure that we try and update the schedule for next week, even if we can't do it for tomorrow. But in the meantime, thanks very much, and see you all tomorrow. Thank you. Bye-bye.